Bro, what do you mean ads start in 5 minutes? I literally just started the stream. What do you mean ads are already... Alright, well... I guess we're not officially starting for at least like 8 fucking minutes. Enjoy, guys. All right, are we done with ads already? Are we done with them? Christ almighty. All right. Are we guys ready to get a fucking ending? You guys ready to actually get one of the final routes done of this shit? You guys ready for that? Wait, hold on 1 second. I have a piece of mail on here, which I'm pretty sure has my address on it. On my desk, and I would like to not reveal where I live on stream. That'd be wonderful. Okay, we're back. Hello. You know, guys, I would love to start, but I'm apparently getting a phone call right now. Let me be right back again. God damn it. Where's my starting soon stream thing? There you go. Okay, finally. All right. Okay, my mother has decided to get a Chromebook today, which I have several times told her, you don't need to rush to get it. Then she rushed to get it. And then she's like, well, this isn't what I want and what I expected. It's like, well, maybe if you didn't rush to get it. But, and then, like, she bought it at first, and it was not, she bought it refurbished, I guess, from somebody else, from, like, Target. And somebody had owned it prior, and they didn't factory reset it. So she took it, like, a whole Uber back all the way there for them to say, hey, you were 2 minutes late for the tech guy, even though they told you on the phone they'd be there. You were 2 minutes late to meet up with him, so he's gone home. And then they were just like, oh, I guess you could try calling the number on the Chromebook box, and maybe they'll help you with your shit. And then she tried that, and now it's resetting or whatever. But that was just interesting times, okay? Listen, all I know is we may or may not be getting additional phone calls, which I may or may not ignore. Don't worry about that. I gotta worry about that, but you don't gotta worry about that. What we're here to deal with, the Silent Sky ending of Chaos Head Noah. We're finally here at an ending. One of the many endings. It looks like there's like an ending for each of the characters, and then there's a true ending, is what it looked like when I was searching online. Worried is my middle name. Shadow Worried Man. That's your full name? It's kind of a little awkward. My full name is Chaplin Ushiromiya. That's my full name. Don't wear it out. You guys want butterscotch? I'll send you guys butterscotch. We got some butterscotch. You want any butterscotch? No? Alright. More for me. Alright. Are we ready to go? Can I actually start this game before we get another phone call? That'd be nice. AI navigation program worried Shadow Man version 4.exe. It's a pretty long name. All right, let's go to another scene. Oh yeah, I meant to also see if I can make it so that when I go to the BRB screens, it would just, I can disable my desktop audio there. And it turns out just to mute one, like the desktop audio in one scene is a whole fucking nightmare to set up, and it probably kills everything about my setup. Like the music too. Like one of the main things was if I set it up so that the desktop audio is something that I have to add into every scene, that'd be one thing. If I just have to add the desktop audio to every scene, I could do that. It's one thing. I could do it. But things like that music would not work in a way that I can hear it and also you could hear it. It would either be only you would hear it and I would not hear it. I think that's the only actual solution. Otherwise, you hear it twice. Like, I would hear it, but then you would also, which means it would play twice. I'm pretty sure that's how that would work. I don't think there's a way around that. Because reasons. Like, the idea would be when I go to the BRB screen, the desktop audio and my mic would not be in the scene, which implies that the only thing I would have to have in the scene is that music. But, well, actually, could this? I mean, because in that case, I can't have it. Normally, you set. Stop! I'm talking real quick. We can play that later. Normally, okay, if you listen to something like that, all right, and you just want to play through your desktop audio through OBS, you just turn the monitor off. Meaning, it's basically only going to play through the desktop audio mixer output on OBS, from what I understand. It'll only do that, right? And what that means is, because it's playing out of that normally, technically speaking, if you mute the desktop audio, even though it looks like it's still playing the sound for like the video of the music or whatever that I have playing, you still don't actually hear it. You won't hear it because technically speaking, it's actually playing through the desktop audio, right? And then there's two other settings. You can set to monitor only, which means the desktop audio will not hear it, but wherever the stream output goes will hear it, so meaning you guys will be able to hear it, but I will not be able to. That seems to be what a lot of people do. And then the third option is monitor and... it was like both, monitor and output or something like that. But that just means you end up hearing it twice if you have the desktop in the scene. But maybe it'll still work. Maybe I'd be able to set it up like that, so that way I can hear it and you can also do it. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to test it around. Alright, let's listen to one of these before we get started. How many endings are there to this game? Is it like... Because let's say there's an ending for each of the players, right? So this is the Silent Sky ending. And then let's assume there's an ending for each of the other characters too. I don't even know if this is like officially an ending for a specific character, like maybe Remy or something like that. Let's say you got Kozupi, Ayase, Senna, Nanami. Let's say Remy has her own thing. And then you have a true ending. So that'd be like 6 endings just for those. Oh, Yua would also have an ending, so 7 endings for those. And this Silent Sky ending. So there's at least 8 endings, right? If that's how that works, I think. The real question is, how long will each of these endings take? That's the real question. I had seen... When I tried looking up... I didn't want spoilers, but I wanted a good idea of how many endings we had to play through and how long they might take. And so I saw somebody else's playlist walkthrough of the game. I did not click on any of the videos, but I just looked through the playlist to see how they split the chapters and what the timestamps were for it. And then I think I clicked into one of them for a chapter we already played to see how fast they're playing through it. And it looked like for endings like this one, it took about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Which, if that's the case, that's perfect. But we'll also be physically reading it, whereas they did not physically read it. They just clicked through or whatever, so... I think they auto-played it, though. So, I don't know. So maybe it'll be, like, about 3 hours each ending? I don't know. If it turns out to be a lot shorter, we might do multiple endings per stream. We might do that. So we'll see how it goes. And if that's the case, then the VOD will be named properly for what we did. So we'll see. If that ends up being what we do. Alright, so let's load up Silent Sky, Chapter 10. I was standing atop a body of water, incredibly clear, transparent water. It was shallow, reaching only my ankles, but it was not cold. Intermittently, the waves whispered in my ears. I was tightly grasping the handles of a wheelchair. Shogun, no, the real Nishijo Takumi, was right before me, his head adorned with his knitted cap. He sat ever so slightly hunched forward in his wheelchair. There wasn't a single thing surrounding us. Neither shells buried in the sand, nor seabirds elegantly soaring through the sky. Nothing so expressly emulative of the sea could be seen. There were no signs of life, only the blue sea and the clear, crystal clear sky. The terrain was completely flat all around me, with the horizon stretching as far as the eye could see. This place was not the real world. Together with the sound of breaking waves, I heard Shogun's voice. From where I was standing, I couldn't see his expression. The tone of his voice didn't carry any particular feeling of lamentation. In reality, his words felt like they were simply casual, passing remarks. Small, wrinkled, and withered away. All of his hair had fallen out. That's how I feel. That's how I felt, since like, I don't know, 25 or whatever. Feels like it turned 60. That's what it feels like. Was he aging prematurely? That illness was supposed to be rare, affecting only 1 out of every 8 million people. A gruesome scene etched into my memories began to rise to the surface. Flashback.
粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
I don't understand what the fuck we're talking about here. I'm trying to piece it together still. Pairs produced in tandem with particles are antiparticles, which stock up in the D-sword. Given mathematically speaking, that antiparticles are that which approach the past, the larger the amount stocked up, the larger Gigalomaniac's gap from their present state. Meaning, is that the precognition stuff, or...? As he spoke, Shogun didn't move an inch in his wheelchair. What was he looking at? Could he even see at all?
力を使えば使うほどこの病は進行しちゃうんだ。ギガロマニアックスの力で治せばいいじゃないか。
just heal yourself.
力を使えば病は進行する。端的に言えば力を使ってもプラスマイナスゼロっていうことさ。
Well, then why don't you just go even further beyond?
どうして僕みたいな肝タのヘタレ野郎を作ったの。もっと強くて行動的でかっこいいイケメンに
Yeah.
すればいい。
Why couldn't you have made me like an alpha? Why'd you make me a fucking loser who lives in a shipping container with all these mental problems? Why the fuck would you do that to me?
人を一人しかもギガロマニアックスの力を使える人間を生み出すのは
So you made me an otaku freak instead? That was your solution?
君を生み出したんだ。1年近く昏睡しちゃったくらいだ。
You were in a coma for a year because you... All to make an otaku freak that lives in a shipping container? You were in a coma for a year?
僕は未完成だったってわけ。だからこそ君はとても人間らしい。フォローしなくてもいい。本心だよ。
I clicked my tongue. I really did hate this guy.
意味には
He was me, by the way. I fucking hate him. I fucking hate this guy.
彼女は君を助けたいでしょう。
Wait, but wasn't Remy also a thing that he made?
でも
Or was I misunderstanding that?
君の忠告に従うわけにはいかない。今の危機的状況は僕の IR2 がきっかけなんだから。
IR2. That strange scribble on the back of my essay.
IR2 はある科学者の目に留まり、やがてのぞみテクノロジー社によって研究が始められた。それがプロジェクトノア。言ってみれば人工的にギガロマニアックスの能力を発生させる装置。僕が計画に気づくことができたのはビムと出会ったからなんだ。彼女がひどい拷問を受けていたのはそのノアのシステムを効率化するために必要だったのがコード3。
1 second. I just want to make sure. Yeah, everything's good. Okay.
ギガロマニアックスが力を使う過程で放出する特殊なノウハウの音。それを手に入れるためにのぞみの社長ノロセはリミに過酷な拷問を加えた。強烈な負の感情を抱くときギガロマニアックスは力に覚醒し理想度を獲得するからね。
Once again, I remembered Senna's words. Flashback.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌されたとき理想度は現れる。それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。ドーパミン分泌量が多ければそれだけ観測しやすくなる。
Neurons in the midbrain limbic system excessively secrete dopamine and one's east. Okay.
君が僕にちょっかいをかけてきたのもそのため。君を覚醒させるために。
It was just a little trolling and it involved several murders and fucking around just for you to get your D sword. It was really important for the plot. It had to happen exactly like that.
ごめん。
Several people died. Your nurse was a psychopath. Don't worry about it. Rumi and I weren't the only ones. There were others who had undergone severe mental or physical torture because of Project Noah. ISA, Senna, Kozupi, and even Nanami. Cruel trials have been laid out for all of them. Also, they could become gigalomaniacs.
IR2 から生み出されたノア2は僕が自分の手で止めなくちゃならない。でも僕はこんな体だ。満足に動くこともできない。それに僕のコードサンプルを欲しがる望みから狙われるようにもなっちゃって。
That was to say nothing of how he was hospitalized at AH Tokyo General Hospital, a place which had hidden ties to the Nozomi group.
だから身を隠さなくちゃいけなかった。 幻の病室のアミーちゃんか。あそこに入ってこられたのはリミだけだったよ。僕は身動きが取れなくなって、それで僕を作ったのか。
Shogun weakly nodded.
リミには君を消すように何度も言われたんだ。命を削る行為だからやめろって。でも僕に残された命は長くない。力を使わなくたってあまり差はないんだよね。
His voice was deeply serene. He had a certain sense of wiseness to him. Perhaps it was one you could only get from living out your days under a death sentence.
それに君が覚醒して力を使えるようになれば僕の命は持たないだろうか。僕と君は一心同体っていうこと。そうだね。
In body and soul.
でも一つだけ
Yeah, you got it, Remy. You got it, Remy. What is it?
もう妄想はしない。
Oh, well, it's too late for. I did a couple of those.
ね。タクの妄想力はとっても強いから。
I did a couple of those already.
妄想をすればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
Well, listen, that was his fault for making me. Okay. If I tried to keep my promise to Remy, I couldn't go help her. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to do a thing. It wouldn't matter what I tried. They'd turn the tables on me in an instant.
君の命はあときっと今日か明日まで
Well, that's
じゃ
a
ないかな。
that's a vague answer. This is pretty important here, okay?
そこまで
I was stunned. I hadn't expected to have so little time left.
僕が覚醒しちゃったから気にしなくていいよ。君の覚醒は僕にとって本望だから。君が死んだら僕はどうなる？
I'd probably die too.
君は僕と一心同体であると同時にリアルブートされたことによって現実の人間になった。
So then I'm not a delusionary existence. Wait, which is it then?
生まれ方は特殊かもしれないけど君は人間だよ。
You ever just give birth with your mind? Because apparently this dude did. You just give birth with your mind.
僕が消えれば君は助かるよ。無駄だよ。せいぜい寿命が数日から数週間伸びるぐらいじゃないかな。でもそんな愚かな選択肢を選ぶのはやめるんだ。君にはノア2を破壊してほしい。そのために力を使うことを遠慮しないでほしい。言われなくても分かってる。君に遠慮するほど僕はお人よしじゃない。
Shogun's shoulders shook faintly as he laughed. Making him laugh was the last thing I'd meant to do, so that annoyed me.
君が目覚めてくれてよかった。勝手な話で迷惑かもしれないけど、あと君に託す。
Suddenly, the feeling of the wheelchair's handles disappeared. Before I knew it, the wheelchair he was sitting in began to leave me behind. As it moved, it almost seemed to glide across the surface of the water. Its two wheels cut into the water, making waves as they turned. I had no intention of following him. Instead, I absently watched him go.
僕の役目は終わった。
My job here is done.
勝手だね。
But you didn't do anything.
少し疲れちゃう。
Let him rest. He's dying here. He's like L from Death Note, alright? Let him finally rest. He turned to me from his wheelchair. As usual, I couldn't read his expression, but his voice showed an intense urgency.
時間がない。急いで。ノロセはノア2を本格的に稼働させた。こうなったらノア2を直接破壊するしかないんだ。頼んだよ。
And then, as if embraced by a cloud of mist, he began to disappear. The very colors of this mental world slowly began to fade.
君に頼まれる筋合いなんてない。
僕は僕自身が決めたことをやるだけ。
The sound of the waves became more distant. Just like Remy had once, I burned this perfect crystal clear sky into my memories. And then I gently closed my eyes. A reporter on the radio was reading the news with a grave tone. Yeah, things aren't looking too good out here. 30,000 casualties?
気象庁の発表によりますと、今回の地震の規模は震度7、マグニチュードは 7.8 と関東大震災に匹敵する
Jesus
規模です。
Christ.
渋谷では建物の一部が倒壊し、大規模な陥没も発生している模様です。首都高渋谷線が高架の倒壊により全線通行止め。公共交通機関では山手線など全線が運転を見合わせ。
Static mixed in with the news until eventually the reporter spoke no longer.
ダメだわ。また聞こえなくなった。
Momose shook and hit the old radio with her hand, but upon realizing she was getting nowhere, she let out a heavy sigh.
古いから使い物にならないわね。
Forcing a smile, she looked to the side. She could see the fingers of Kishimoto Ayase and Kusunoki Yua walking along, expressions of fatigue coloring their faces, and they both had weapons. Both of their uniforms were covered in soot, making it clear how laborious the trek here had been. Is that how you're supposed to spell trek? T-R-E-K? Why was I thinking it was spelled T-R-E-C-K? The trek. Alright. And yet the great swords they were holding, their D-swords, did not have a speck of dust on them. Instead, they shone with an unclouded, brutal radiance. Trek is correct with just a K. Alright. I mean, if you say so, I believe it. I just never thought about it, I guess. After the earthquake, Yua and Ayase had walked back to Shibuya from Yoyogi, went straight to the Freezy office, then joined up with Momose. Well, it truly is, again, it always goes back to English class here on the stream. Waiting for the missing bond to return, the three had stayed near the office throughout the night. Even though the earthquake had put the building on the verge of collapse, they had remained all the same. But in the end, Bond had never showed. Yeah, because he's fucking dead. Momose suggested leaving Shibuya immediately, something Ayase clearly took issue with. Ayase, please. Unless Star Trek was full of shit the entire time. I mean, maybe. Why am I getting more and more pings? Stop pinging me. Why has everybody got to ping me on Discord? I am busy. I am streaming. There we go. I say I started feelings of urgency by tugging on Yua's hand, wanting to reach the rubble-laden heart of Shibuya as quickly as they could. In the end, Yua and Momose had no choice but to follow along. It was 7 a.m. Not even an hour had passed since the sky had first begun to brighten. There was not a single trace of the refreshing morning air. The utter mayhem that had been cloaked in darkness was slowly being exposed by the rising sun, and right now, the three girls found themselves in the midst of it. The city of Shibuya had been transformed into the very picture of hell itself. Roads were torn to oblivion, asphalt protruded from the earth. A number of buildings had collapsed, the debris scattered in broken chunks along the sides of the road. Nearly every window that could be seen was broken, and a massive billboard had fallen from its usual perch atop a building's roof. One would not have to walk far to see countless corpses left undisturbed, littered among the chaos. For every body Momose witnessed, the same act played out inside her head, one in which she clasped her hands together in pity for their demise. But there were just far too many. It was only partway through that she could not take it anymore, realizing the only way to retain her sanity was to ignore them outright. The remaining people they would occasionally pass by had lost all expression, existing only to stagger aimlessly throughout the streets. A group of men had come together to try and help the survivors buried beneath the rubble, but it didn't seem like there was much they could do without heavy lifting equipment. Momose took another glance at what Yua was holding in her hands. A D-sword. Ayase had explained them to her. Much like magic, they were swords that could be taken out of thin air. What Bon had told her had been true. Bro, can we stop repeating this crashing sound effect every 3 seconds? Eventually, the crashing has to stop. Eventually, it has to stop. Stop looping it as much. And yet, Yua seemed only shocked and bewildered about possessing one for herself.
ねえ岸本さん
Ayase, walking slightly ahead of the group, paid no attention to Momose's call. The expression on her face made it clear her patience was wearing thin.
このディソードを持つ人はあなたたちを含めて全部で7人いるっていうこと
So Ayase, Kozupi, Nanmi, Yua, Takumi, and Rimi. Who would the 7th one be? Did I miss somebody? Who would the 7th one be? Because that'd be 6 people. Ayase, Rimi, Takumi, Nanami, Kozupi, Yua. Okay, so there's one more person. Is it gonna be Misumi-kun? Is Misumi-kun gonna roll up with his D-sword?
他の人たちがどこにいるのかわかるの
わからないわ。
だったら
感じるのよ、意志を。こっちで間違いないわ。
Ayase was effectively a brick wall. With no options left, Momose repeated the same words for what felt like the 1000th time.
今むやみに歩き回るのは危ないわひとまず安全なところに避難するべきよ
ダメよ、時間がないの。
もしかしたら他の黒櫛だったかしらその人たちだって避難場所にいるかもしれないでしょ
そうですよ岸本さん私も避難場所に行くべきだと
Ayase suddenly came to a halt, as though Yua's backing had possibly made some sense to her. She narrowed her eyes. And then she looked beyond the rugged Dogenzaka roads that no car could traverse.
いたって何
There's a very dead-looking Nanami. At the end of Ayase's gaze was a lone girl walking away from the station. She was wearing a Soime Academy uniform, though it was far more tattered than Ayase's or Yua's. And with only her left hand, she was holding an enormous cross-shaped sword to her chest. Her gait was markedly unsteady. It looked as though she could collapse at any moment.
大変
Momose's body jiggled as she ran towards the girl, towards Nishijo Nanami. The D-sword Nanami was carrying had caught her eye, but instead of prying in order to satiate her curiosity, she focused only on supporting the girl's petite frame.
大丈夫よく頑張ったわね今病院に連れて行ってあげるから気をしっかり持つのよ
Nanami's eyes responded in blank confusion to Momose's words of encouragement. Oh gosh, she's still looking for the bangle.
なんて言ったの
We'll find it later, don't worry. We'll find it later. Both you and Ayase belatedly ran up behind Momose.
この子西条くんの妹さんです
そう、黒騎士の資格があるのもうなずけるわ。匠の妹な。
二人ともこの子を運ぶのを手伝ってなんとか病院に連れて行かないと
Nanami groaned in pain.
右手
Momose inadvertently glanced towards Nanami's right hand, gasping in surprise when she did. Where'd her hand go?
ひどいこんな
Yo and ISA were not able to grasp what Momose was, why Momose was so distraught. While the bandage over Nanami's right hand was indeed stained with blood, it did not seem to be that serious of an injury. However, in Momose's eyes, Nanami's hand had been severed from her bandaged wrist. Though medical measures had been taken, it was still an open wound. With a blank look on her face, ISA attempted to grab Nanami's right hand, but her outstretched hand passed only through empty air. Like a holographic image, Nanami's fingers lacked any substance. A drop of blood trickled down from the red-stained bandage and fell onto ISA's hand.
もうそう
Ah.
リミさんに助けてもらって。リミさんって崎畑リミさん。
知ってるの？
ええ、西条くんのお友達の。
You had always held the suspicion that Takamiya was the true new-gen culprit, so she knew a fair amount about his background. This also extended to those that would frequently come into contact with him. Therefore, it was only natural for her to have conducted investigations on Nishijo Nanami and Sakihata Rimi. In contrast to Yua, ISA abandoned her typical aloof expression, grimacing at the mere mention of Rimi's name.
崎畑リミも7人の黒騎士の一人。え、そうなんですか？
ISA recalled yesterday's incident at the hospital. She could... Oh, wait, Senna. Senna was the other one I didn't remember, right? Wait, so hold on. ISA, Yua, Senna, Kozupi, Takumi, Nanami, Rimi. That's 7. Okay. Alright. Alright. It was Senna. I forgot about Senna. I don't know why I forgot about Senna. She could remember being addressed by Rimi's apologetic voice. ISA recalled yesterday's incident at the hospital. She could remember being addressed by Rimi's apologetic voice. Finally, we're out of that scene.
タクに近づかないで。目覚めさせたくないの。君には自覚がないの。黒騎士の一人としての。私が一人で何とかするから。
And then the bitch slap. Out of here.
とても美しいわ、その思いは。でもそれは大いなる意志の望むことじゃない。私も望んでいないわ。あなた一人に全てを背負わせるなんて。
黒騎士云々の話は今は置いときましょう。とにかく早く病院に連れて行かないと。
Yeah, we don't have time for your fan fiction bullshit, alright? She's losing blood here. Momose gently placed her handkerchief on Nanami's open wound.
すごい熱だし、顔色も悪い。急がないと。
お兄に会いたいよ。
Tears trickled from Nanami's vacant eyes. Right at that moment, something happened. In an instant, the highway that they were standing on collapsed with a deafening roar. What was that scream, too? Ah! They all lost their footing, helplessly entering free fall and gravity's mercy. To them, it was like they were falling into the deepest, darkest, lowest circle of hell. Losing herself in that illusion, Momose raised a scream so loud, it betrayed her age entirely. Everything's fine though, right? They're okay. This is the good ending, guys. This is the good ending. When I came to, dark clouds covered the sky overhead. The dark night had come to an end before I knew it. There wasn't a shred of blue sky in sight. I thought it said night. A blue sky in sight. I was hit with a wave of depression. The sky could not have been more gloomy. Countless sirens from ambulances and fire trucks blared off in the distance. A multitude of helicopters were in the sky, circling the cities like flies. My head was racked with pain, like someone was putting a jackhammer to it. It felt even worse than after the last earthquake. So I tried to remember what happened before my memories had cut off. The sky turning white. Shogun mentioning the third melt. I ignored my headache and stood up, only to lose all words. shit is fucked here. The usual scenery was entirely absent. It was like a scene out of the end of the millennium thing that everyone had been freaking out about almost a decade ago. Shibuya was on the verge of collapse. Traffic lights, roadside trees, and buildings had all fallen to the ground. The Jumbotrons, the most iconic part of Scramble Crossing, really had cracks ripping through them and were entirely silent. The stairs leading down to the subway were buried underneath the rubble of their own ceilings. The guard around the Yamanote line had fallen apart, and the railway had been ripped to shreds. More people than I could count were lying on the ground. Blood and guts clung to the scattered debris. Some remained motionless. Some moaned in pain. Some screamed for help. Some were covered in dust, crawling on all fours without a care as to how it made them appear. Some only cried, tightly cradling another motionless body in their arms. I could smell all the blood, the rusty smell mixed with the stench of something burning. Everything was covered with a thick odor of dust. Far in the distance, plumes of black smoke rose like smoke signals. This was the power of Noah 2. It was horrifying. This was already on the scale of a weapon of mass destruction. I now understood why Shogun wanted to put an end to this. Come to think of it, where was Shogun? When I came back to myself, I surveyed my surroundings. There was a bent wheelchair lying pretty close to me, and right beside it, his delicate frame was lying there. I ran over to him in a panic and lifted him up. Hey, come on, little guy, talk to me. He didn't react. Not even his inner voice said anything. Oh God, was he dead? I put my ear to his mouth. As faint as it was, he was still breathing. And he was still unconscious. Buddy was still unconscious. I tried hitting him lightly on the cheek a few times, but to no avail. If I didn't know where it was, there was no way I could make it in time to save Remy or Nanami. Well, Nanami is walking around here, okay, but I should have asked him that when I'd had the chance. It's probably just directly below the scramble. What was that? I clicked my tongue and took my phone out of my pocket. It was off, and despite my many attempts to get it working, it stayed that way. It was nothing more than garbage now. Aside from Shogun, who else would know where to find it? Think, goddammit. I didn't have time for this. While I was wandering around doing absolutely goddamn nothing, that Norase guy could be ready to kill Remy at any moment. Then who? Who was someone I could trust? Someone who knew about Noah 2.
君たちは特別な存在だ。
We have to find the homeless man.
中でも一番特別なのは、その目、誰の目
That's me.
を
I
海を
did that.
出した少年。
I started that trend. That was me. The crazy homeless man was right. It was me all along. It was me.
畑野一世
Senna's dad. One of the founding members of Project Noah. The person who was nowhere to be found right now. Not to mention I'd never met him before. Wait, it was possible we'd passed each other on the street before, actually. Cosby had told me about his homeless lifestyle, with the guy always wandering around Shibuya.
見つけるしかない
He was trying to warn everybody. Nobody listened. With the surprisingly light body of Shogun on my back, I mindfully made my way through the debris. I didn't have a clue as to where Hatano-san was, but I had no choice. I had to find him, no matter what. As light as Shogun's body was, it was still nearly 20 kilograms. It was hard enough just carrying him around Shibuya, but it was even worse factoring in all the uneven roads. I wasn't one for exercise. I mean, hell, my daily routine consists of me just sitting in front of a computer all day. Who would do that? Just sit in front of a computer all day. Who would... No. I considered finding a way to get Shogun to the hospital, but with Shibuya the way it was, I doubted I could even get an ambulance. Even the gentle hill that was Dokenzaka was doing its best to drain all my energy. I could barely breathe, and my whole body was gushing out buckets of sweat. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I took a quick break to catch my breath. I can read. ISA, you're still alive? And you're singing? You're singing. People are dying and you're singing. Shibuya's falling apart, ISA, and you're singing. You're out here dropping your mixtape in the middle of all the wreckage, okay? Shibuya's 9/11 just happened and you're just singing here. What the fuck, ISA?
Knock knock motherfucker.
Welcome, Dat Boy. Suddenly I could faintly hear someone's voice. It was Dat Boy saying knock knock motherfucker in the middle of all the Shibuya wreckage. It's kind of fucked up, actually. Someone was singing, their voice rife with loneliness, but not without hope. Their soothing voice washed over me. I'd heard this singing somewhere before. Back at that concert, the one I had a delusion of an orgy at. I mean, the one that me and Misumi-kun just hung out at before. Even in spite of the glaring lights overwhelming my vision and the blaring sound shaking the entire airtight building, I'd still managed to take it in. But this time, I was in the middle of the road, where I couldn't see a single sign of life. And yet, in the center of this collapsed city dominated by death, I could hear her. Somehow, the loud, crashing noise every 3 seconds was not enough to drown her out. Felt like it at times. ISA. I put Shogun down and surveyed my surroundings once again. But the only people I could see were the collapsed corpses strewn across the city. I did my best to avoid looking at them, instead focusing on trying to find ISA. Where the hell was her voice coming from? The road in front of me was wholly caved in. Looking at it, the hole that I created was incredibly big. There was definitely a subway tunnel beneath it. I didn't want to believe it at first, but even so, I peered down from the edge of the hole. It was about 5 meters deep. There was a pretty fair amount of rubble piled up at the bottom. And that was where ISA had fallen. You're just literally in the hole singing? I mean, we knew she was crazy, but... I jumped down into the hole. I didn't stick the landing whatsoever, instead basically slamming into the rubble while just barely avoiding falling over. Don't worry, I'll save you. Falls face first into the rubble, gets knocked out, fucking dies. Isa's legs are pinned under a pretty sizable slab of concrete, stopping her from moving. I really did give it my best effort, but moving it just wasn't possible on my own. That's a nice little CG. Let's grab that CG. Including my sister? Whoa. What the hell was she doing here? Hadn't the Norose guy kidnapped her? Nanami! Enduring the pain in my legs, I stood up and yelled out for my sister, but I got no reply. Looking around me, I only saw one other person beside ISA. There was a pretty hefty woman laying face down on the ground, and while she wasn't moving, she only seemed to be unconscious. Nanami and one other person were absent. Maybe they'd been buried alive. I had to find them, right this second. My eyes shot to the top of the hole. There was enough dust to make anyone hack their lungs, but beyond that, I could see the circular shape of the sky above. I thought about Shogun, who I'd laid on the road up there. I remembered what Rimi had told me. Bro, he's pretty much gonna... You might as well just start having all sorts of millions of delusions, because that guy's dead, alright? But I couldn't hesitate here. I gotta make my sword. I can't come up with a delusion where we're not trapped in a hole and all the rubble's cleared. No, I'll just make a sword. I drew my D-sword entirely from thin air. Cautiously avoiding looking at her leg, I sat down near Ayase and peered at her face. I stared into her eyes, refusing to look at anything else. That should do the trick.
妄想するんだ。
Delusion time? A strong one. A really strong one.
綾瀬の足の上にある瓦礫は大きなものじゃない。数は多いけど、一つ一つは小さい。重くない。簡単に足を引っ張り出せる。
Nah, just walk it off. We're literally looking her dead in the eyes and saying, just walk it off. It's not a big deal. Giant boulder? No, it's not. Just a skill issue. Just walk it off. Me and Ayase, we only needed mutual recognition between us two gigalomaniacs. Because once we had that, then our delusion was sure to become reality. We're locked in. Delusion time. See, she's happy. Out of nowhere, Ayase smiled in relief. She gently stroked my cheek with her fingers.
グラジオールの導きね。君がここに来てくれたの。
I blinked nervously. He's like, yeah, whatever you say. Exactly as I deluded it to be. The large slab of concrete pinning Ayase's leg had now turned into a heap of smaller pieces. Pushing away some of the debris, Ayase slipped her leg right out. I really hadn't expected that to go so damn well. But it did. It was easy. Starting to move, she massaged her ankle. Luckily, her injuries didn't seem all that bad.
綾瀬の歌が聞こえたんだ。それに導かれたんだよ。
そう。よかった。歌い続けてきて。
Helping Ayase up, I stood and took a look around.
ナナミは
I still didn't see any signs of my sister. Had my delusion failed after all? Or was Nanami already... I began to feel anxious. I heard a voice. Looking in the direction of it, I saw a hand reaching out from a gap inside the rubble. And so, I took that hand, gripped its slender fingers, and peered into the gap. And it's Yua, right? Yeah, there's Yua. Let's get that CG too. Let's get all the nice CGs here, okay?
Oh.
There's probably just a way to, in the library of the main menu, to view all the CGs that I just keep forgetting exist. I keep trying to be like, did I take any screen caps that night to use as like an image for the next stream? And then I always didn't. So then I ended up looking up CGs to use for it. It's a thing. Anyways, the gap was almost like a tunnel. And in that tunnel was a familiar looking girl wearing glasses. It felt like it'd been ages since I'd last seen Yua.
なぜか急にこの隙間ができて、ついさっきまで全く身動きが取れなかったんですけど。
The girl averted her eyes from me, with a face that seemed almost apologetic.
手を
I tightly gripped Yua's hand, and then I pulled as hard as I possibly could away from the gap. Ayase helped as well. With the two of us pulling Yua with all our might, she managed to break free from the rubble without too much trouble. She was covered from head to toe in dust. A few pieces of concrete were tangled up in her long hair. But even with all that, Yua seemed completely uninjured. And now, Nanami... Leaving Yua with Ayase, I started to search for Nanami. Given Yua had managed to break free, I could only assume that my delusion had actually worked. And if that was true, then Nanami should have been in some rubble somewhere that I could yank her free from. And lo and behold, that was exactly the case. And as I searched through tons and tons more rubble, I managed to catch a glimpse of Nanami's face through a crack in the debris.
Nanami!
I called to her, but she didn't respond. She must have fainted. Reaching out, I went to touch her shoulder, but hesitated. He was like, I don't want her to disappear again. I'll fucking lose my mind if that happens. A memory from yesterday flashed into my mind, of Nanami vanishing into particles right before my eyes. No, this has to be the real Nanami. Gathering my resolve, I grabbed her by the shoulder, or more specifically, by her blouse. I could actually touch her. I could feel her warmth. Just like I had with Yua a bit ago, I pulled her out with all my strength. Unlike Ayase or Yua, however, Nanami's uniform was stained with blood. Her hand, especially, was covered in red. Regardless, I laid her down on the ground, then went to check her breathing. She seemed to be in pain, but she was still breathing.
よかった。
Even so, I couldn't help but worry about her right hand. It was absolutely covered in blood. And yet, when I tried to grab it, my finger slipped right through it. Delusional hand? Well, then that could only mean Nanami's right hand was...
ごめん。ごめん。巻き込んで。
A groan leaked from Nanami's mouth. Her face was caked in dust. I gently stroked her cheek and watched as her eyelids slowly began to open. Her gaze faintly wandered for a moment before finally landing on me.
ナナミ。
And at that very moment, Nanami's expression warped and changed. Tremendous tears broke free from her eyes. Her left hand firmly grasped my own. That's me, I'm Oni! She whispered to me so happily. It felt as if she never wanted to let me go. But when I heard those whispers, I responded with a slight shake of my head.
ナナミの本当のお兄は
Oh.
僕じゃないよ。
Is now the time to explain this? It's gonna be a little too much. It's a little much to explain right now, buddy. Do you really gotta do that? My memories are so cloudy. What the fuck is going on with these visuals? What the fuck is all this? This was how Nishijo Nanami felt. The brother's words had been the trigger in her heart, and now she felt as if she had two brothers. However, what her heart told her was that it was not just as if she had two, but that she really did have two. Her mind flashed back to the past, and she remembered her two brothers' faces. One of them seemed quite pathetic. One of them was covered in wrinkles. And yet, despite these distinctions, she was still convinced that she only had a single brother. Something was not adding up. Something between her memories and her cognition. What was reality? What was illusion? She did not know, and that scared her. To escape this, she attempted to empty her mind of all thoughts, when suddenly her own voice audibly rippled outward. Nana, you need to stay strong. The next thing she knew, she was standing in a hallway illuminated by the setting sun. But if you want to find out about that, you'll have to stick around after ads. 3 minutes of ads we got to deal with, and then we will continue with this. Stay safe, everybody. Okay? Where's the thing that I have to press for this? Okay, stay safe. All right. Where is my scene? I have to clean up all my goddamn OBS scenes. I have to rework everything about my OBS again for like the 30th time. There's a lot of shit I gotta fix, okay? You don't even understand the nightmare that goes in the behind the scenes of the Wolfborg stream studios, okay? We're filmed in front of a live studio audience, alright? There's a lot of shit going on. Alright, let's continue. Nanami, what the fuck is your deal? What's going on here? The next thing she knew is she was standing in the hallway, illuminated by the setting sun. She could smell disinfectant, and before her stood a rather plain door. She reached out toward it and took hold of the handle, and then, through no will of her own, her hand opened the door.
ああ、お兄、またご飯食べないつもり？ちゃんと食べてっていつも言ってるじゃん。出ないと元気になんないよ。あ、もしかしてグリーンピースが入ってるから？子供じゃないんだし、いい加減好き嫌いやめたら？そりゃナナだってグリーンピース嫌いだから残したくなる気持ちはわかるけど、ちゃんと食べてくんないとナナが怒られるんだからね。あの怖い看護師長さんに。
The head nurse, you mean the murderer?
ナナミ、
何？
今まで辛く当たってごめん。
お兄が謝るなんて珍しいじゃん。
もう僕のために無理をする必要はないんだ。
何言ってるの？
僕は身を隠さなくちゃならなくなった。だからお前はもうここには来なくていい。
何のつもり？
さようなら。
This is goodbye. Delusion, your brother is now an otaku loser, lives in a shipping container. Have fun. Yep, this is literally what's happening. I had wondered if it was going to be something like she was not actually even related to the real Takumi and she was just a random person in the world who he sent the delusion to be Takumi's sister for memes. I didn't realize it was going to be actually a sister, but I mean, it makes sense. And that was where her memories cut off. Those memories about her real brother. Her brother had been suffering from a serious illness, leading her to graciously spend many years tending to him in the hospital. No matter how much time had passed, she knew she had to stay strong so that she could best take care of him in his time of need. For the past year and a half, these things had disappeared from her memory entirely. She had forgotten that those memories had even existed. In exchange for that, her brother had continued living on his own, in good health, right there in Shibuya. Her mother had asked her to routinely check in on him, leading her to sometimes drop by on the way home from school. And thus she had done so, thinking nothing of it. After all, he was her brother. Checking in on him might as well have already been routine. She had never housed any doubts about it.
どうしてナナは忘れちゃってたんだろう。
Nearly 30 minutes had passed since she had been rescued from beneath the rubble, and now she had finally been reunited with her real brother. There he was, lying still on the road. He was still breathing, but remained unconscious. His body was a small, wrinkled, emaciated, and incredibly weak as she remembered. It was the brother from so long ago, whom she had always known.
こんなのひどいよ。
Well, that's a little concerning CG. Let's break down what we got here. We have blood-soaked Nanami with a missing hand, and the real Nishijo Takumi, who is now in like a 18-year-old or 17-year-old old man, decrepit and dying. And they're both in the giant rubble that is the Shibuya Scramble after like 12 9/11s just happened at once here, okay? Things are not good. Things are fucked here. This is the happy ending. Don't worry. This is the good end. I promise you.
ナナはお兄に文句ばっかり言ってたけど
Though her brother did not reply, she clung to his small body all the same, letting loose a flood of tears.
お兄のこと一度だって忘れたいなんて思ったことなかったのに勝手だよわがまますぎだよ
The sound of metal lightly scraping against something came from within her brother's clothes. And a moment later, something slipped free from his pocket. What was it? What could it possibly be? What could it be? The bangle! Of course. Of course. In my head, for a moment, I was like, is it going to be a girl froggy? And I'm like, no, it's going to be the bangle. Of course it was going to be the bangle. But it would have been funny if it was like, oh my gosh, it's the very first ghetto froggy. No, it's a bangle. It was what Nanami had been searching for. When she lost her right hand, she lost it as well. A flimsy, cheap bangle with a snowflake motif. Confused, she stared at her real brother's face. But his eyes, buried in wrinkles, did not open in return. Nanami picked up the bangle with her left hand, because she can't pick it up with the right hand. She remembered how it felt to touch. It was her brother's first present to her. Nanami's greatest treasure. Well, but that was the fake Takumi gave that to you. Or the delusion Takumi. Not the real Takumi. But did he? But no, we bought that from a store. The bangle. We bought a shitty, not real D-sword, which also came with the bangle. But so that was not tied to the original brother, but now it is, I guess? Okay. Nanami lifted her gaze, unconsciously searching for her other brother. He was holding a large sword. A long sword, and his back was turned to her. But he was walking away. He was leaving this place. Even without saying a word, Nanami could understand that much. The fact that he might leave without saying a word even to her left her wrought with a terrible loneliness.
言っておいで
Nanami's brow furrowed in confusion. She softly searched around herself.
今声が
It was her brother's voice. That much she indeed remembered. The voice of her brother, who had suffered, who should have been unconscious.
彼は僕と一心同体もう一人のお兄なんだから
Whether it was truly her brother's voice or a mere hallucination, Nanami could not tell. And yet, regardless of which it was, she whispered all the same.
分かった
She whispered to her brother, who still lay on the ground. Oh shit, we got another intense CG here, focused on our main character. In the background you see bloodied, one-handed Nanami with the wreckage of everything. Nanami stood up and walked towards her older brother's back. She hardly had any strength left. Day after day she had been trapped in a pitch-black room, forced to take part in some sick tableau of agonizing crucifixion. Crucifixion? Crucifixion. She could not even remember how many times she had thought she would die. Her right hand in particular caused her tremendous amounts of pain, as if a chisel was being struck into it all the way to the bone. The sensation that she lacked her hand, together with the illusion that it still remained, was tearing her mind in two. She was exhausted, both mentally and physically. If she lost focus, there was no doubt she would fall to the ground, too drained to get back up again. Therefore, she had to make a desperate effort to reach her hand out at this very instant. Even if it took more effort than she could give, she would do everything in her power to make him stop. Oh shit, we've changed the focus of the CG. Now it's her. Oh, peak. It's cinema. That was cinematic work that just happened there. She narrowly managed to squeeze something out, and thankfully, he had heard. He halted his stride and looked back toward Nanami. Even though she managed to stop him, she was lost on what exactly to say to him. The reality that this person was not her brother at all. The conviction that this person was her brother to the end. Those two feelings had blended together in her head, making them even harder to discern. But she gripped her bangle tightly in her left hand, and it had been his gift to her, one that felt cold to the touch, but warm to the heart. The very existence of this bangle linked both him and her together. That was how she felt. And that answer was all she needed. Her hesitation instantly faded. Oh. Listen. The original me fucked up when he was making me, okay? I'm not finished, okay? That's why I'm an otaku freak, alright? That's not my fault. That was his fault. There's patents, Nanami. You gotta understand this. Yeah, they're not dolls, they're action figures. Get it right. Some of them have removable clothes, but don't worry about that, Nanami, okay? It's all about the action, so to speak. Am I? And then we focused again. I'm gone from the scene. Our hero, delusionary Nishijo Takumi, has left the scene. And instead we focus on everything. And reveal Nanami, who's sadly smiling. Blood everywhere. It's cinema. Cinema right there. We're here. Trying her hardest to fight back her tears, Nanami smiled as best as she could.
Oh.
Thanks.
Arigato, Nanami.
Thanks. I'm going now. There's your bangle. Upon gazing at his expression, she saw that her other brother seemed a little embarrassed. And with that, relief washed over Nanami before slowly putting her consciousness to rest. Nanami nearly collapsed, and I hurriedly went to catch her. She lost consciousness. We had to go back to the scene with the crash sound effect every 3 fucking seconds? Come on. Come on. She lost consciousness. Her face was pale and she was clearly having trouble breathing. The hefty woman, who had introduced herself as Momose, peered at Nanami's face as she voiced her concern. Next, she turned to Shogun. Yeah, can you do that, Momose? Can you handle that? Because I'm busy. I decided to leave Nanami in Momose-san's care. They're your problem now. Good luck. So I could learn the whereabouts of Noah too. I had asked Nanami, since she had been taken there when she was kidnapped, but she wasn't too sure of it herself. In the end, I had no choice but to find Hatano. Yeah, I think we're literally going to fight Gladiol, actually. Place that with Noah too, and yeah. Yeah, I do. Ayase's expression stiffened. She took a single step toward me. By the way she slightly dragged her leg, I could tell she had genuinely been injured. Even though I tried to tell her no, she only shook her head in refusal.
畑野っていう人を探してほしい。
At the mere mention of her name, Yua jumped a little from her hiding spot behind Momose.
その人がノア2の場所知ってるから。一緒に行動しなくても僕はみんなの見聞きしたことがわかる。だから今は手分けして探して。
That's a little concerning of a sentence. Even if we're not together, I'll know everything. I see everything. I know what you're thinking, Yua. Or is it Mia? I don't know anymore. You don't know anymore. Anyways, help me find this guy, please. That was the best option we had at the moment. And we had to be quick about it. There was no guarantee we'd be safe if another earthquake struck. Wakata. Ayase seemed to agree with me, though she didn't look all that happy about it.
なんだかよくわからないけど、
野呂瀬源一が全ての黒幕です。
そういうこと。それなら妹さんたちのことは私に任せなさいな。
Momose-san puffed out her chest in a display of bravado, and then she gave me a quick nod, likely in an attempt to cheer me on.
ただし無茶しちゃダメよ。それと一つ頼まれてほしいんだけど、バンちゃん、ヘラヘラ笑ってるうさんくさそうな中年刑事を見たら、
A seedy-looking detective with a goofy grin. I mean, yeah, that's him. That's him. I mean, he's dead, though, too. Sorry. I probably already know that, because I'm all-knowing now, but... well, did she mean Ban Yasuji? The one who I just saw die? I knew all about how he had died. He had been shot and killed by his own partner. I had unconsciously seen it all unfold. I fully intended to tell Momose-san this, but...
まったく。あの人はこんな時にどこをほっつき歩いてるんだか。
He's busy being dead.
まあ、案外どこかで怪我人を助けてるのかもしれないけどね。
Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. Momose had to go and say something like that, and now I can no longer bring myself to tell her the truth.
というわけでよろしく。
はい。
Without meaning to, I nodded, making a promise I'd never be able to keep. But that had been the only answer I could have thought to make.
西条君。
Yes, crazy stalker X. How can I help you? With her head lowered, Yua spoke with a barely audible voice. For a good while now, she had been nervously taking peeks at me, which made me think she had something to say.
あなたのこと疑って
Yeah.
ごめんなさい。
Don't ever doubt me. Don't ever doubt the power of an otaku schizo freak who lives in a shipping container, alright? Jerking to erogaze all day and skipping school to like the minimum amount that you need to still graduate, alright? Don't ever doubt my skills, okay? Now I'm post-awakened Takumi Nishijo, alright? I got my D sword and everything. Everyone's dead, but don't worry, I'll fix it all. I can fix it, so don't ever doubt me. Ever.
私西条君を傷つけるようなこと。
Yeah, that was kind of fucked up. That really hurt. You shouldn't have said that. The lenses of her glasses were covered in dust. And yet, I knew very well that behind them, her eyes were wet with tears.
謝っても許してもらえるとは。
You know, I had the realization the other day of just how much my glasses will collect like dust and shit over time too. But somehow, it still feels like I see perfectly fine out of them. I went out the other night with some friends, and one of them told me that my glasses were dirty as shit or whatever. I hadn't even noticed. Everything looked perfectly fine. I had no problem looking, and then when I took them off, I realized, oh yeah, there is a whole bunch of shit all over them. What the fuck? When did that happen? Like, nothing about my vision seemed like it had changed. I don't know. But, yeah, hers is covered in a lot more dust than I probably would be naturally gathering, though, because it was literally buildings and shit falling on her. It's fine.
それでも謝らせてください。ごめんなさい。
She bowed her head deeply. I didn't reply, All I did was turn my back to her.
僕のベースにあるセーラのフィギュ
We're gonna talk about the Sarah figures now?
アよかったらもらってくれる
What? I'm no longer an otaku freak. Please take all my Seraton figures. Back when she deceived me, I couldn't have been more shocked. But now, I understood why she had done what she'd done. So it felt wrong to say, just to say I forgive you or something along those lines. It was true that I had always thought of her as my enemy, but I had no right to make her bow to me, nor any right to forgive her.
いいんですか？
Sure.
もらってほしい
また一緒にフィギュア買いに行きましょうね。
And with that, Yua put on the same gentle smile she'd had when we'd first met. I nodded to her in response. I exchanged looks with both Ayase and Momose-san. Then I etched the image of Nanami and Shogun into my eyes one last time. And so I began walking alone among the mountains of rubble once again. And then I left the fucking scene with the crash sound effect every 3 seconds. Thank God. Shinsen Station of the Inokashira line was one stop from Shibuya, with it taking only about a minute to arrive there by train. The station itself was situated within an underground tunnel, resulting in the only natural light being the beams seeping in from the opening at the end of the platform. Due to the earthquake, all of the lights had gone out, enveloping the area in a far thicker darkness than usual. Carefully supporting Orihara Kozue's body, Aoi Sena set foot onto the platform. There had been no need to buy a ticket. Not a single staff member was present in the vicinity, and none of the ticket machines were in service. Only a glance was necessary to understand how horribly warped the railway tracks had become. It was no wonder that the trains had suspended operation the day before. Ouchie wouchie. Kozue's left leg was drenched in blood. She had been cut deeply cut by broken glass during the earthquake. Sena had attempted to staunch the flow of blood with a towel, but the wound was far worse than she had supposed. Basic first aid would not suffice. Gigalomaniacs are unable to use their powers to heal wounds. Well, that sounds like a fucking problem. There's not a single Gigalomaniac that can do that? To the brain, pain is an inescapable reminder of reality. Thus, Gigalomaniacs cannot form any sort of mutual recognition to the effect of, I'm not wounded, or the injury didn't happen. Human instinct would never allow it. I don't like any s'more. Even with Kozue's teary protests, Sena remained wordless. As she marched intently towards Shinsen Station, only one thing held her focus, something she refused to divert any attention from. When they at last reached the deserted platform, Sena quickly pulled back the arm she had been using to support Kozue. With no strength remaining in one of her legs, Kozue immediately collapsed to the ground. Kozue lifted her leg in bewilderment, but Sena paid her no mind, glaring motionlessly at a certain point in the distance. The black-haired girl gritted her teeth.
やった。見つけた。
Is it Hotona? Or Hatona? Hatano? Hatano? Was that it? Was that? At the end of her gaze, in the dark recesses of the platform, sat a lone human figure. Sena-shan's Poppy. It was a homeless man clad in filthy rags. In his hands, he held a sign that read, "The hearts of the people face annihilation." Sena slowly approached the man.
誰に向けたメッセージだ。
Her voice was cold and unfeeling, a tone that could freeze all who came in contact with it.
負を生へと変換できる者たちへの遺言だよ、セナ。
Keeping his head hung low, the homeless man did not even look his daughter in the eye as he dispassionately spoke her name.
お前に慣れ慣れしく名前を呼ばれたくない。
I mean, you basically are.
この半年、ずっと考えてきた。お前をどうやって殺すか。
Well, now you can do it.
ありがとう。
Thanks for thinking about me, even if you want to kill me.
どうして礼を言う。
利己的な理由だよ。お前に殺されることが私にとって最善の贖罪かもしれない。そう思ったからだ。
それなら話は早い。
Say less. Pulls out the sword. Yep, instantly. Santa real-booted her D-sword. The method she had chosen for her father's execution was death by her D-sword. The simplicity behind it laid the truth bare. The way she killed him did not matter. All that mattered was killing him at all.
すまない。
Hatano still refused to raise his head.
どうして謝る。
お前に父殺しの汚名を着せてしまうからだ。
Just, we do a little patricide.
殺せさえすれば、どんな恥ずかしめだって受けてやる。お前は母さんと妹を殺した。
事実だ。
Yeah, that's true.
しかもあんなむごい最後。
Yeah, that's also true. Santa could only act calm and collected for so long. As her emotions began to take control, she was seized by a fierce tremble.
お前には見せたくはなかった。いや、今のは聞き流してくれ。
なぜあんなことを。
People, why is so many notifications happening right now? I'm busy. Why did you do it?
過程を説明することは無意味だよ。お前は納得しないし、結果が改変されるわけでもない。
Yeah, sure. Why bother asking about it? Santa thrusted the tip of her D-sword towards Hatano's head.
そうやってまた逃げるのか。
What would it
間違っ
help?
ていたのは私だ。それが全てなんだ。
お前には失望した。
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. We understand that. Just kill him now, please.
まだ期待していたのか。何人を含めて世界は全て電気仕掛け。そう言ったのはお前だ、セナ。
Santa's shoulders trembled. For nearly 3 years, ever since Hatano had begun the Mana project, the two of them had rarely come in contact. And yet, despite this significant time apart, Hatano had seen right through her, something which troubled her to no end. Distraught by the sheer discomfort she felt, the wavering of her heart morphed into nothing but pure fury, dispelling any form of reason she still had within her.
セナ、惑わされるな。
I'm hearing the wavy sound effect like somebody's using one of those control, like the porter things.
電気仕掛けならば、お前のその私を恨む感情もまた、ただの電気信号でしかない。
Hatano was just trying to overwhelm me. That was what Senna told herself. Calm down.
お前の言葉なんか無効だ。
あまり感情的な行動をとるな。でなければ、お前は矛盾する。その言葉を受け取ってはいけない。精神攻撃だ。
Is that not him doing that? Is that somebody else doing that?
判断を中止するんだ。
話を。
Senna tried to take a stance with her D-sword. But before she could, Hatano suddenly stood up. Kozue watched their exchange with unease, and when she wondered if she should interfere, the pain in her leg forced her to abandon all hope of doing so. She was not sad, but that did not stop her from weeping deep within herself. Hatano took one large step forward. Her response delayed, Senna switched to an offensive position, but in her attempt to brace herself, her feet slipped on the gravel. As her body shook and staggered, her stance began to collapse. Any sort of edge her appearance had once held disappeared, and in its place came a great fear. Her hatred towards her father was what had given her the strength to persist. But now that the time had come to face him at last, she found herself deeply afraid. She did not quite understand why that was. All she knew was that the cause lay within the words he had just spoken. Hatano threw himself at her with tremendous speed. As she fell backward, ignoring both gravity and centrifugal force alike, she swung her enormous D-sword up from below. Bro, you can't kill him before Takumi gets the info, bro! The blade first carved out the tile of the platform floor, and then it slashed straight through her father's shoulder. It moved with a fluidity akin to a hot knife through butter. Her father's hands sent her flying backwards. He probably just, saved her from some shit. Fresh blood burst from her father's injury. His eyes were colored with an expression of deep relief. Senna's teeth sank into her lip. Not even a second later, something pierced her father's chest at lightning speed. Bro just got shot. Tearing in through his back, it flew straight through the man's chest, very narrowly grazed Senna, and then swiftly disappeared. Now, blood gushed not just from his shoulder, but from his chest as well. The crimson liquid flowing from his wounds splattered against Senna's cheeks. A bullet? Having been thrown backward the moment Senna landed on her rear, her head shot right back up, and she frantically searched for the shooter. Are we gonna see? What's his name? What the fuck was his name? The guy who killed Bon. Fuck, what is his name? Did it begin with a Y? Fuck, I don't remember his name. I don't remember. It absolutely is him. Swing and a miss. A man stood in the crossway between the Shinsen Station tunnel and the tunnel leading to Shibuya Station, the sole place illuminated by a gaping patch of sky above. He was holding a handgun. Pretty darn good for the range I'm at. Santa's father collapsed beside her. Half of his blood was already soaked in blood. No. Were you protecting me? Overcome with disbelief, Senna fixed her gaze on the pool of blood spilling over the tile floor. Gasping for air, her father weakly spoke. The bullet had been meant for Senna, but Hatano had taken it in her place. She had been trying to take her father's life, but he had given it for her instead. Senna tightened her grip on the D-sword she held in her hand. It's all according to Keikaku. An odd noise echoed throughout the platform, a sound Senna instantly recognized as a Noah 2 terminal. The one that I've been listening to for this entire scene? Yeah, that thing. How long has that sound been going on for? Senna would not let it continue. The existence of the man who had stepped between her and her father, the man whose gun had prematurely ended their resolution, was something she would not let continue. When she stood up and fixed her eyes ahead, the cries of an infant began to resound throughout the dimly lit platform. A sense of strange discomfort grew in her hands, and for some reason she could not comprehend, instead of a sword, she was clutching a decaying, desiccated baby. Yeah, get mental attacks, okay? Mental attacks happening here. In an action motivated by reflex, she cast it away from her. But immediately after she had done so, she realized that child was her own sister. Her sister, whom she had only seen once before, long ago. Her sister, whose name she did not know, and whose own mother had devoured her until hardly anything remained. That was the child before her. Large avulsions, where chunks of meat had been bitten free, covered her entire frame. Each tear in her dry skin provided a window to view glistening fragments of white bone, and the pink scraps of flesh adhered to them. Senna began to tremble once more. She could not take her eyes off of it. She could not forgive herself for feeling disgust at her own sister, let alone tossing her aside like filth. It was exactly like before, or like back then, when she had seen her mother's last moments. Her mother, who had died while ruled completely by madness. I don't remember if I ever got a photo of this CG, so we're taking it now. Still nestled within her mother's arms, her sister had been shredded to pieces and consumed, left only as a heap of pitiful remains. In response to the sight that she had been forced to witness, rather than sadness or horror, what she had felt was pure, utter revulsion. Remnants of guilt remained lodged deep within her chest. Despising her father was her way of averting her eyes from that emotion. Even though a part of her very much knew that this was an attack brought on by a delusion, it reawakened feelings that had been sealed deep within her heart, leaving her entirely motionless. It was as if her wrists and ankles were bound. But Sana was not the only one suffering from such a state. Kozue was as well. Uh-oh. That's not a good look. We don't want the psychopath girl to also be getting mind attacks to her. That's not good. An enormous mirror had materialized in front of the collapsed girl, and within it, a reflection of her, with her legs covered in blood, asked her a single question. Kozue froze in terror. Large tears began to flow from her eyes. The wounds she wanted to forget, the past she never wanted to remember. Tears of deep decay began leaking from her heart and mind. She wanted to run away as far as her legs could take her. Desiring nothing more than to look away from the mirror, she wished to turn away. Yet, foregoing her will entirely, her body refused to move. Herself on the other side of the mirror was not shedding even a single tear. Omae wa dare? She was collapsing into Gestaltzerfall. Loss of axiomaticity. I don't know what the fuck that means. Deterioration of cognitive ability. Okay, we'll assume that. A concept in psychology, with Gestalt being the German word for form. The human brain perceives without question what it visually sees as A based on the environment, circumstances, and knowledge gained through experience. However, when A's identity is rejected for some reason or another, the obvious becomes no longer obvious, and one will fall victim to a state in which they can see A, but are no longer able to perceive it as A. Just like when she had lost all words so long ago. Just like when her heart and mind had been broken so long ago. No longer able to see herself, she herself questioned herself in the mirror. She lacked any certainty that it was her own voice. She lacked any certainty that it was her own hairstyle. She lacked any certainty that it was her own nose. She lacked any certainty that it was her own pair of eyes. She lacked any certainty that it was the fullness of her own lips. She lacked any certainty that it was her own shape. She lacked any certainty that it was her own face.
私は誰？
君
Oh my
は
god, they're multiplying.
コズピーだよ。
Oh my god, he's here. Her shape in the mirror had been on the cusp of dividing infinitely, but the voice that had suddenly burst into her mind had put a stop to it.
私はコズピー。
Cosby.
私はコズピー。
She reconfirmed her identity. Kozue had returned to herself. Cracks ripped through the enormous mirror before her, and then it shattered into pieces. Kozue searched for the voice of her savior. When her gaze arrived at the ticket gate, she recognized exactly who it was. Her real voice, the one that had been lost forever, called out to him. That's me! Kozupi called out, not with her inner voice, but with her real voice. I realized that it was the first time I'd ever heard her use it. It was thanks to Kozupi that I managed to get over here so quickly. I had been next to a police box at the top of Dogenzaka when I'd heard her inner voice screaming for help. Running toward that voice had brought me here, and when I got here, I saw Sana and Kozupi, faces pale for being shown a delusion I couldn't see, and Hatano-san collapsed and covered in blood. I'd found them, but I was too late.
こいつはラッキーっすね。
There he is. A man with a gun in his hand was standing at the crossing. He twirled and whirled it around his fingers, as if he were some sort of gunslinger. Contrasting heavily with the suit he was wearing, he had a rucksack on his back. A harsh mechanical noise was emanating from it. Suwa Mamoru, whose name I totally didn't forget, a detective from Tokyo's MPD's First Investigative Division. This wasn't the first time I'd run into him. And I knew exactly what he'd done.
もともとは目障りな畑の親子を処分しに来たんすけどね。
Yeah, the annoying ass Hatanos, you know.
君が自分から火に飛び込んできてくれて感謝感激。
What's up, Nishijo-kun? I really appreciate you tossing yourself into the line of fire, you know?
君を見かけたら捕まえろってことになってるんすよ。
Oh, well, okay. All right, cool. Are we going to Noah too? I'll go with you, actually.
内緒っす。
He smiled a flippant smile, one that was somewhat reminiscent of Detective Bond's. But there was one key difference. Detective Bond's smile had always been just an act meant to throw people off or rile them up. When it came to Suwa, however, this sly smile was who he truly was.
あんたはノロセの居場所を知ってる？
Yeah.
西条くんさ。
Suwa heaved a sigh, shaking his head in an extremely exaggerated motion.
口の聞き方に気をつけてほしいっすね。自分の方が年上っすよ。
You're also a murderer, though, so probably not.
バンっていう人を殺したのは
Yeah?
だから
And?
刑事のくせに人を殺すなんて。
君には言われたくないっす。
I haven't killed anybody, have I? I gripped my D-sword tightly.
あんたみたいなやつに敬語を使う義理なんてないよ。
そんな舐めた口聞いていいんすか？殺すぞ。
Oh yeah, that's true. He's got to kill me before I turn into a wizard too, and then I can stop him. Because as long as I'm a virgin, he's got to be able to kill me before, you know. Even from this distance, it was clear to see. The smile on Sua's face had disappeared. Without moving from where I was, He gestured with his free hand like he was trying to shake something off. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. An impact followed by pain. It was all too abrupt. It was an all too abrupt sensation. When I looked at my shoulder, in it I saw a familiar-looking cross pierced into it. No, it was no cross. It was the stake. A cross-shaped stake from the crucifixion case. It had come at me too fast to see. The area was so dark I hadn't even realized it was flying toward me until it had already hit me. Suwa had thrown it without moving from his spot. He'd thrown it from that distance with pinpoint accuracy. I cautiously touched the stake. It felt cold and smooth. Was it a delusion? Or was it real? The pain was growing more and more intense. I couldn't put any strength into my hand. I wasn't able to hold on to my D-sword anymore. Suwa raised his voice in an attempt to suppress his rage. Look at this fucking face he's got going on now. Look at this fucking... He's had his Joker moments, alright? Now he's full-on Joker mode. I could do with a rerun of the crucifixion case. Oh, we're just gonna leave that scene? Oh, yeah, we'll just leave that. Oh, no, we'll be back, though. Not even a moment later, Suwa was holding even more shaped cross-shaped stakes in his hand. Doing his best to restrain his furious rage that was on the verge of pouring out, he fired off the additional stakes towards Nishijo Takumi. Bro, we have like a fight going on here? Oh shit. They disregarded all form of drag and the laws of physics altogether. As if they possessed wills of their own, they sped intently towards Takumi's arms. 15 had found their marks thus far. Not a single one had missed. They had assaulted Takumi's shoulders, upper arms, wrists, palms, hips, thighs, knees, and shins. Blood spilled from every one of his deeply carved wounds. Suwa already had another stake in his hand, and once again he fired it off just like the others. I felt an incredibly strange sensation. He's probably not even listening to me anyway, Suwa thought to himself. Each and every wound carved into my body only made me feel more alive. Suwa hurled yet another stake towards Takumi, who hung his head at the mercy of his attacker. What? Alright, you're just talking about the porter thing you got there? Why don't we just break that, and then all this goes away? All of it could have been attributed to the rucksack the man was wearing on his back, a bag housing a Noah 2 terminal within it. With that, he could enjoy Noah 2's power even at a distance. He would become an artificial gigalomaniac. Suwa found himself wholly bewitched by its power. Suwa was wholly bewitched by his power. He was among the fanatics who would commit the dirtiest of deeds in the name of the founder and his teachings. Why does it look like there's... Is there a difference? Commit the dirtiest of deeds in the name of the founders. No, it's the same. Why does it look like it's like a different line break? Maybe it's just the text box, or I don't know. この力は神からの贈り物だ。信仰のため、信じる者のために戦えるんだからな。Suwa hurled yet another stake. It penetrated the nape of my neck. It penetrated the nape of Takumi's neck. I was racked with extreme pain. Pain that felt as if my entire body was being torn in two. Pain so horrible, I felt as if I might go insane. The boiling, ruthless bloodlust simmering in Suwa's heart demanded to know just how much pain the boy could endure. Springing forth from the torture taking place, death began to rear its head. Springing forth from the torture taking place, he would make death rear its head in him. Yeah, we're not having you ASMR breathing very loudly in my head. We're cutting that off early. I was unable to resist, and while I still managed to put enough force into my legs to stop myself from falling over, Takumi was unable to resist, and while he still managed to avoid falling over, none of that could prevent the hail of stakes coming at me. None of that could prevail the hail of stakes coming at him. My chest, my stomach, my toes, my entire body. Takumi's chest, his stomach, his toes, his entire body. With no mercy in sight, stakes, both thick and sharp, were continuously pounded into me. Pounded into him.
虫ピンで標本にされた昆虫みたいだな。しかもカブトムシとか蝶とかじゃない。お前みたいなガキにはコガネムシあたりがお似合いだ。
Damn, Jesus! Suwa! I couldn't stand for another second. Takumi could not stand for another second. Willpower alone was all that kept me from collapsing. Suwa was baffled at how much, at what could possibly be keeping him from collapsing. But I was almost at my limit. But he knew the boy was almost at his limit. My field of vision was becoming pixelated. It was hard to see anymore. With eyes as empty as those, he likely could not see anymore.
遺言があるならいいな。ただし20時以内だ。
Tightly clutching the next stake, Suwa was talking to me as if he had already won. Stop ASMRing in my fucking ear, please. What is with the alerts? Stop with the pings, please. Stop pinging me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. The next would kill me. The next would kill him.
さっき童貞やろうって言った。
傷ついたのか？
It did actually. This is fucked up. Using his voice in the distance as a guide, I glared in Sua's direction. Though the light in Takumi's eyes was soon to die, he glared in Sua's direction all the same.
これが最後の一本。信仰の救いは
Never save your
お前には
sorry ass.
やらねえよ。
I could sense the air tearing around the stake that Sua had hurled. Sua hurled the stake he had been holding.
知ってる。
The stake would serve as the cross, the messenger bringing both certain death and the promised gospel. Death would come to whoever it struck.
童貞の妄想力はすごいんだ。
Is that true? The power of virginity. We can have the best delusions. We're the craziest people. We got this. A dull thud resounded. What? He's me. The stake had deeply penetrated his forehead. The stake had deeply penetrated his forehead. An incredible burst of pain exploded within Sua, gushing forth from every part of his body. As if it had been entirely an illusion, the intense pain that had consumed every part of his entire body immediately disappeared. Sua let out a mute scream, writhing in agony. I let out a deep breath, then slowly licked my dry lips. Bro, we swapped places? Is that what just happened? An array of cross-shaped stakes penetrated Sua's entire body. There was a single cross-shaped stake in my hand. When he looked upwards, he saw the cross-shaped stake embedded in his forehead. When I looked up, I saw the overcast, gloomy sky above.
復活の奇跡は物語で妄想なんだ。
We really hit him with the Uno reverse.
何をした？
just a little delusions. I'm a little crazy with it, okay? And now you die.
妄想シンクロ。
Delusion synchro. We synchro summoned. Assimilation onto a delusion. Erosion onto the mind. Like two ripples negating one another. Like two wavelengths resonating with one another. Entangling together, melting together. A fate which distorts, created by one. A fate which is distorted, created by another. Switching them out, switching them in. There's no way that's possible, Sua thought to himself. There's no way that's possible, Sua's expression laid his thoughts bare.
神の先兵なら、メシアと同じように、朽ち果てろ。
Wait, is there two? Wait. Oh, one of them is highlighted, the other one isn't. I see. We did a synchro summon, okay? It's fine. Messiah, from the Hebrew word Masiach, meaning the one anointed with oil. In Judaism and Christianity, the Messiah is the one who shall bring peace to the world. In Christianity, Jesus Christ is considered to have been the Messiah. Takumi tossed the stake away. Color was quickly fading from Sua's field of vision. Light was quickly fading from Sua's eyes.
それと、僕は救いなんかいらないよ。
Sua could no longer reply. Without falling to the ground, he breathed his final breath. I thought it was going to pan back down to see Sua over there. We didn't have that shot? I was waiting for it. I was about to be like peak cinema. And I didn't do it. I made my way back into the station. Cosby's eyes were wide and her mouth hung open. She was completely stunned. Seeing all that must have really surprised her. Her leg was covered in so much blood, it was hard to look at.
コズピー、大丈夫。
Alright, before we continue all this, we got ourselves a good old-fashioned ad break about to happen. So everybody stay safe, and I'll see you again in 3 minutes. Goodbye. Stay safe. All right, 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 all right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue with the Silent Sky ending. Cosby, you okay? Without getting up from the ground, she nodded. It didn't look like she was able to stand on her own. Her shimmering eyes looked up at me.
たくみさん、今、何が起きたの？
Don't worry about that. It was just I had to handle things, okay? Cosby, you're talking out loud.
あ、本当だ。
Putting a finger to her lips, she tilted her head in surprise. But she seemed to forget about it pretty quickly after that.
童貞
Umsies?
さんの妄想力はすごいの？
I guess so. Look what happened there.
すごいよ。
Santa once told me ignorance was a sin, but I didn't quite agree with that. Not knowing things goes hand in hand with delusions. Your delusion, the less you know, the more your delusions can grow and surge to the point of infinity, really. Therefore, if you already know and have experienced everything, there'd be nothing left to fantasize about. And, if there's one thing virgins definitely lack, it's experience. So it only makes sense that their delusions are the best around. We're certainly going through a lot of steps to be like, yo, being a virgin is actually a strength for you. This feels a lot like if somebody was writing, I don't even know if this is the case for the writer or whatever, but this feels a lot like the writer being like, listen, I'm not a loser just because I'm a virgin, okay? I am actually more powerful than you sex havers, okay? Like, I don't... Speaking of Senna, where was she? I searched for the dimly lit platform for her. She was standing at the edge of the platform, hanging her head at her own feet.
畑野さん。
Hatano Ise, lying in a pool of his own blood. He showed no signs of moving, leading me to realize he was already dead. I was too late. If anyone was going to know where to find Noah 2, it would have been him. Or Suwa, who is also dead. So we're kind of fucked.
ノア2は渋谷駅のすぐ横にある。
What? You just know? As if she'd read my mind, with her eyes still aiming down at Hatano-san, at the corpse of her dead father, Senna began to murmur something.
この男が死ぬ間際に私の心に伝えてきた。
It's like, oh, okay, thanks. Like, we were fucked. We were fucked there. Everybody we knew who knew about it was dead, and she's like, oh yeah, it's over there. She's like, it's like right behind you, actually. She's like, oh, thanks. When he was on the verge of death, his mind communicated with my own.
渋谷駅の東口、ビルの屋上にある。今はそこにノア
Okay, so
2が。
it's at a defunct planetarium.
どうも。
Thanks? I wasn't sure if I should have said something to her or just stayed silent. She hated her father, enough to want him dead. And even though her wish had come true, from where I stood, she looked miserable as could be.
くそ。私をかばって。それで罪を償ったつもりか。
I mean, it's kind of a good way to do it. It's kind of a pretty, like, it's kind of up there with the ways you could do that, yeah. Her words were targeted at her father's lifeless corpse, but he said nothing in return. He never would again.
お前は自分の罪を認めた。その上で私に見せつける。
I wouldn't say that. I would say he saved
自殺したような
you.
ものだ。
I would say he saved you, not that he killed himself. These are very different things.
許せない。私は
Oh, well, I mean, that's
お前を
fine.
許さない。
That's fine.
セナさん、心が
Bro, you can't just out her like that.
本当はお父さん殺したくなかったのら。
Yeah, it was probably the case. It was just as Cosby said. And with those words, Senna's usual resolute demeanor disappeared. This is the good ending, guys. Don't worry. Her shoulders trembled. Heartbroken, she fell to her knees.
どうして生きて罪を償おうとしないんだ。
We tried. That was why he died.
どうして私を一人にするんだ。
I mean, it was kind of the gun that did that.
どうして。
セナ。
西条。お願い。
Me? What do you want? Santa raised her head. The teary expression on her face now was nothing like the stern one she always wore.
ノア2を
That's what I'm trying to do.
壊して。
I would love to. Suffering from a terrible grief, she spoke with the fragility of a girl who had just lost the only family she had left.
僕を殺そうとしたくせに。君のお願いなんて。
We're still talking about that?
ないよ。
Listen, you tried to kill me, so maybe you should fuck off.
匠さん。
Turning me back towards Senna and Kozupi, I began to march down the tunnel to Shibuya Station. Before me were two giant gaping holes. A deep darkness stretched deep inside both of them. Passing through them would be the quickest way to get to Shibuya Station.
僕は僕の目的のためだけにノア2を壊す。絶対に。
Zettaini. I had a feeling Senna said something after that, but I wasn't listening anymore. A single colossal device held the attention of two men. Inohana Kozo, Inohana Kozo, a member of the House of Representatives, and Kuramochi Yudai, the founder of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. An ominous hum continually sounded from the device, from Noah too, beckoning a nod of satisfaction from the both of them.
5000人を殺すと言い出した時はどうなることかと思ったが。
調整には随分と骨が折れたよ。特に300人委員会に感づかれないようにするのはね。
ご協力に感謝します。
Norose gave a very slight bow.
だがこれが完成した今、5000人などちっぽけな数字でしかなくなった。
We have to kill even more.
早くも影響が目に見えて出てきているよ。人々の家畜化が始まっている。
これでいよいよ我らが世界を手に入れる日も現実のものとなったわけだ。
Inohana and Kuromachi looked at one another, exchanging sinister smirks. This is where they both die, right? And Norose takes over. Norose, meanwhile, simply gazed at them, his face not even so much as twitching.
しかしノロセよ。貴様、なかなか興味深い趣味を持っているようじゃないか。
何のことでしょ
う。Inohana smiled crudely, then gestured with his head toward the tableau erected near Noah 2.
なんとも芸術性にあふれるオブジェだ。ぜひわしにも一つ用意してもらいたいものだな。
素材ならば我が教団の信者の中からえりすぐりを提供してもよい。
倉持先生は気前がいい。
あれは餌ですよ。
It's bait.
餌？
That's bait.
ノア2をより完璧なものにするための。
まあ、そういうことにしておこう。
それよりノア2が具体的にどれほどのことができるのか実演してもらいたいところだね。
Oh, you would like a demonstration? Well, why didn't you say so?
もうそれはいい。早速やってみせたまえ。
You're not gonna like what happens, probably. Norose lightly shrugged his shoulders, his impassive facial expression remaining ever present.
では、このようなものはどうですか?
By the time his words reached their conclusion, the demonstration had already begun. In the blink of an eye, Inohana and Kuramochi came to realize that they were both holding handguns. Neither Noatu nor Nodose had made a single movement, and yet this miraculous happening had become undeniable reality.
おお、本物そっくりだ。
まるで手品のようだよ。
Yeah, it's just a magic trick.
手品と一緒にしてもらっては困ります。その銃の存在は現実。
Yeah, try killing each other with it. See what happens. Their eyes fixated on the handguns within their grasps. Inohana and Kuramochi nodded in satisfaction for a second time.
実に素晴らしい。
Ooh, subarashi.
神をも超越する力だ。
この銃は記念にもらっておくとするか。
Alright, please do.
小物ですね。
Yeah, this is where he starts evil, calling them simpletons. To the other two men present in the room, Nose's faint whisper was inaudible.
早速、今後の計画を検討しよ
う。まずは300人委員会の排除。
Of course, naturally, you gotta kill the committee of 300.
今後のことは追って連絡する。
The two were thoroughly pleased with themselves and the project, and moved to leave the premises with buoyant steps. And yet,
その必要はありません。
Yeah, that won't be necessary.
何？
どういうことだ？
Norose's expression found itself changing for the first time. He narrowed his eyes, slightly raised his jaw, and stared at them from where he stood. His attitude was one of intense scorn, as if he was fiercely looking down on them. I don't know why you would be like hiring this scientist dude to make the evil mind control delusion machine and not think that he could also just use it against you. Why would we not realize this ahead of time? This is probably a thing that he will do, and he is doing, and now he's got a smug fucking smile on his face. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking smile. He's like, it's time. It's time. No, in truth, he was looking down on them.
計画は私が引き継ぎましょう。ただし、あなた方の考えているような低俗な目的ではなく、
I'm doing it for science.
より崇高な理由のために。
Not for the church or politics, for science. It's called faith. The church knows all about that, but the politicians certainly don't. And one of them is a politician. Nodose's tone remained civil and polite. Beginning to understand what exactly he was conveying, the two men naturally became infuriated.
貴様、裏切るのか？
I already have.
神にでもなったつもりかね。
300人委員会が黙ってはおらんぞ。
It's too late. I've already killed them all.
お二人も300人委員会のメンバーでありながら、反旗を翻そうとしていたではありませんか。
Nodose's eyes watched them carefully, and housed within them was raw, unending contempt. His gaze was cold as could be. It was as if he was being forced to study two monoliths of pure rot and filth. His gaze conveyed a very particular meaning, one that revealed he had only been using these two from the very start.
これは全て予定通りの行動ですよ。
All according to Keikaku.
あなた方がここで死ぬことも含めて。
ふざけるな！
ざれ言を。
Kuramochi and Inohana aimed their guns at Nodose. They moved to pull the triggers, and these guns will certainly not backfire on them.
ざれ言ではなく。
The two guns fired simultaneously. Their roars echoed within the dome.
予知だったのですが。
And yet it was not Nodose who had fallen, but Inohana and Kuramochi. Politicians know all about lying to make others believe them. For some unfathomable reason, they had taken their sights off of Nodose right before pulling the triggers, and shot each other instead. Their deaths had been instant. The two compatriots then collapsed. They had put holes in each other's heads, and now they were nothing more than lumps of meat who would never draw breath again.
ノア2は我が手にあります。特物にはその意味がお分かりにはならなかったようだ。
Nodase's demonstration had been about more than simply showing off guns. His purpose has been to make the two men mistake each other for Nodase and take their own lives in the process. That was the real demonstration. And with the power of Noah too, it had been beyond trivial to perform. Next, Nodase turned towards his tableau. Affixed there was the figure of Sakihata Rimi. She had begged Nodase to let Nanami go, and thus she had been taken hostage in her place. Due possibly to the mental attacks by Nanami, Rimi's energy had long since faded, leaving her head pointed toward the ground as she hung affixed. Yet when Nodase strode toward her, her shoulders ever so slightly trembled.
自分の手を汚さずに卑怯なことばっかり。あなたこそ俗物だよ。
Damn! Damn! The back of Norris's hand struck her cheek. Following this, he grabbed Rimi by the jaw and forced her to look at him. Even though nearly all life had left her expression, even as she desperately fought to keep her eyes open, her glare flared with an ardent blaze directed solely at Nodase.
なぜ西条匠に助けを求めないのです？
Nodase whispered close to her ear.
彼を巻き込まないで。
どちらの彼のことを言っているのですか？
二人ともだよ。
私としてはどちらか一人で十分ですがね。IR2 を生み出したものとその完全なるコピー。二人とも化け物じみた力を持っている。彼らどちらかのコードサンプルが手に入ればノア2はより完璧へと近づくでしょう。神をも超える力を得るのです。
Even God himself. Rimi lowered her eyes in anguish. He fiercely tore away the hand that had been holding her jaw, and as his gaze rose up to Noah too, a smile formed from the corners of his mouth.
さあ、呼びかけなさい。どちらでもいい。私は歓迎しますよ。
Listen, I've been trying to find the place, okay? I'm just taking a while. I'm almost there. Rather, that was exactly what he had been waiting for. After surmounting all of Nodase's trials, devised specifically for him, Nishijo Takumi would arrive in this very location. I'm on the way. I'm walking through. Alright, let me turn down my AC, and we'll continue. As I made my way through the dark tunnel, I relied on the red glow of my D-sword to see. My steps naturally became quicker and quicker. I never walked on subway tracks at all before. As certain as I was that there was no train coming, the mere possibility had me tense enough that I couldn't keep my head from frantically whipping back and forth. It was a minute-long train ride between Shibuya Station and Shinsen Station. The distance between should have been less than a kilometer. Luckily for me, the tunnel in the Inokashira line didn't have too many cave-ins, so making it to Shibuya Station shouldn't have been the worst thing ever. But something was weighing on me. Cosby had warned me about something before we'd parted ways.
たくさんのグモグモドロドロっていう意識がね、待ち構えてるのら。
Lots of oopy goopy ploopy head consciousnesses?
コズピー、力になれないけど。 気をつけてね、匠さん。
Be really careful, Takashimi-chan. I will. I'll be careful. Oopy goopy ploopy head consciousnesses. Right. At the very least, I imagined I wasn't gonna like those. I was starting to have second thoughts. Fear crept up on me, and I started to feel incredibly alone. Making my way through a pitch-black tunnel all by myself, a tunnel in which something horrifying was apparently waiting for me. How could I not lose my nerve? Whispers in the back of my mind urged me to leave this tunnel this instant to find a way to Shibuya Station on the surface. But I hadn't had that kind of time to lose. So, in order to destroy any remaining fear I had, I thought of Rimi's smiling face. I thrust my D-sword forward to illuminate the tunnel ahead of me. Problem was, its red glow only made my feelings of anxiety and foreboding even worse. Suddenly, something felt off. I felt like I'd caught a glimpse of something strange. Strange enough to make my gaze dart all around to try and find it. 10 meters ahead of me on the track, a small shadow was jutting out, one that hadn't been there a second ago. I squinted. Actually, it wasn't a shadow at all. Standing at about 20 centimeters tall was a Seiratan figure. Yo, that's mine. What the? Why would that be in a place like this? I would say with a sense of whiplash. It was way too out of place. I was in a dim underground tunnel, one of the train tracks that took people between stations. The general public didn't tend to go into the tunnels themselves, especially this deep. I was right in the center of them. And yet the figure was there anyway. And it was the post-awakening version too, my absolute favorite. Though her chest was pretty busted up. Wait a second. Was that my figure? The one I dropped during the chaos at Scramble Crossing yesterday? If it was, then how the hell had she ended up here? She's about to be very upset with me. She was standing perfectly upright, too, with that bewitching smile of hers aimed straight at me.
なんでセイラが
タッキーにはそう見えてるんだ。
Oh my god, she's real. I heard a voice. The voice I always deluded was talking inside my head. Sarah's voice. She's real!
なんでもいいけどさ。
It happened in less than a second, faster than I could even blink. Seiratan, who should have been just a small figure, had instantly transformed into a life-sized model. Then her smooth, silky, sexy body began to bend and twist just like a real person's. Her hair rustled around, and her huge tits jiggled. Was this a delusion?
ねえタッキー、遊ぼうよ。
Whoa, we're changing forms? I heard another voice behind me. Whipping my head around in shock, I saw another life-size Seiratan standing. Finally, we've reached the good ending. The true ending right here. We reached the harem ending. We're good. We're all good. The harem Seiratan ending.
リミッチのことなんてほっといてさ。
But it didn't end there. To my left and to my right, the amount of Seiratans was slowly multiplying. They cascaded out from the darkness. Just the sight alone sent a chill down my spine. The number of Seiratans had to have been at least in the triple digits now. Jesus. Hundreds. Oh my god. Finally, the good end. We've done it, boys. We've finally reached peak. It's peak. Everything's fine now. 100 Seiratans crowded around me and spoke in unison.
いっしょボケナス。
Laughing gleefully, one of the Seiratans in front of me charged at me. Then her slender arms swung her colossal metal bat. I can't. This is supposed to be horrific for him, but this is actually amazing, okay? The impact was definitely real. My D-sword managed to take the brunt of the blow. It had been way too heavy of a strike. My hand started spasming before going numb. It all hurt like hell. that was when I realized it was all really happening. It wasn't just some delusion, it was reality. They had real booted beings. And every single one of them was out for blood.
遊んでくれないとぶっ飛ばしちゃうぞ。
僕の嫁なら道。
やだ。
Nopers?
それなら
Get you the kind of harem that could just kill you. True. I'd have to brute force my way through. I retightened my grip on the D-sword. Okay, so really, the bad guys don't understand the real way to defeat Takumi. As we learned, our delusions are so incredible because Takumi is a virgin. Okay. Now we have a harem of them. They seem like they're trying to kill him. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be trying to fuck him. Because once they do, he's no longer a virgin, and therefore his delusions are not as strong, and therefore he loses. Notice you're supposed to be taking notes here. Okay, obviously that's how you're supposed to defeat Takumi. These girls, they keep saying let's do naughty stuff, and then they sound like they're trying to fucking kill him. So, I'm just saying, it's probably gonna go easy if you try to fuck him. But, what do I know? What do I know? The fiery emblem of my D-sword hilt began to burn. Even more red light began to emanate from the blade. I slashed the sword, tearing right through my waifu. The blade was weightless, smooth in how it handled. It drew whatever trajectory I wished it to. The blade bit into her shoulder before running through her body in its entirety. There had not been a shred of resistance when it came to rending her flesh and bones. It had hardly taken any strength from me at all. Sarah's glamorous body split in half at an angle, and her entrails piled out. She collapsed on the spot. Even her organs had been perfectly reproduced. They glittered and shone with a pink gleam. I averted my eyes.
ごめん、セラ。
Sorry. I was gutting my favorite character with my own two hands. As an otaku, this was the hardest thing I'd ever have to do. But still, I couldn't give up here.
強い強い。さすがタッキー。そんなタッキーが好き。もっと気持ちよくして。遊ぼうよ。めちゃくちゃにしてあげる。楽しい楽しい。
Suddenly, each and every one of the Sarahs started speaking independently of one another. The flood of voices threatened to swallow me whole. I have to quit thinking of them as Sarah. That was what I had to tell myself. And so, in order to keep moving forward, I swung my sword at the Sarahs blocking my path.
どいてよ。
Rending the darkness with a single horizontal strike, a red beam blazed across the tunnel. The four Saratans, standing next to each other, instantly turned into corpses. Another one grabbed me from behind. She wrapped her arms around my neck in a chokehold. Her large, supple boobs pressed against my back. Another Sarah tried to mount my leg, but I quickly punctured her in the face with my D-sword. A clean-cut molten hole formed where her smile had used to be. It was hard to breathe. My neck was being constricted. I was on the verge of suffocating.
浮気しちゃダメ。
Another metal bat was coming right at me. I managed to writhe around enough to change positions, and now my back was facing it. Ow! Fuck. That hurt. I felt Sarah's body shudder, and her grip on my neck weakened.
リミッチのことなんて忘れて。
I shook her off my back. Then I whipped around and swiped with my D-sword. 3 pairs of Saratan's legs came at me. My next strike would sever them at the thighs. The 3 of them plunged into the ground in perfect harmony. I stepped on top of their backs.
強い男って好き。
Saratan started winding up her metal bat, and I swung my sword down on her. Her metal bat met with my D-sword. only for me to carve straight through it and straight through the top of her head. No, my D-sword wasn't carving things. More than that, it wouldn't have been accurate to say... more than that, it would have been more accurate to say it evaporated anything that crossed with its trajectory. No matter how soft the object, no matter how solid the object, no matter how cold the object, no matter how hot the object, my blade instantaneously boiled and burned away anything it came into contact with, severing it from its source. It's basically a lightsaber. These anime characters, who all had the same face, who were all calling my name in unison, who continued to attack me just for the sake of it, it made my hair stand on end. To try and rile myself up, I let out a huge scream. Then, aiming for the Sarah right in front of me, I plunged my sword straight into her chest. Sarah grabbed onto my D-sword, and almost that exact same second, her hands evaporated. I lost all words. Dread began to climb up from the depths of my body. Chills ran down my back. My entire body stiffened. This wasn't Sarah. Sarah would never have turned against me. Ow! Fuck. I heard the sound of several of my ribs being pulverized. I even felt the bones in my right arm creak, letting out a dull sound as they did. The blow resounded within my body, and then the sheer impact sent me flying. I smashed into a wall. My head collided directly with it. My vision warped and wavered. She rapidly swung her metal bat down on top of me. I was getting bludgeoned. My left arm was minced from the elbow down. Even the concrete in the wall was dented from the blow. This is not going good for us. Can we do an Uno reverse again on that? Another metal bat swung straight into my leg. All strength left my right hand. The slightest movement caused a severe pain to scream out in my brain. But I ignored it and swung my D-sword. I cleanly severed the oncoming metal bat, and the pain of doing so forced a groan from my mouth. I came within arm's reach of the Sarah in front of me, impaled her torso with my D-sword, and tore my way through her. Her blood spattered my hands. Despite being just an anime character, her blood was incredibly warm. My mind went numb. Pain was all that ruled me now. I went to lock it all away, but I couldn't. As long as this pain endured, I would never be able to. Copious amounts of clotted blood gushed out from my flattened left hand. And it wasn't easy trying to hold on to the D-sword in my right either. The pain seemed to reverberate from my very bones. Pain so bad it felt like I was about to pass out. I realized my entire body was soaked with sweat. The droplets stung at my eyes. My vision was hazy. More and more Sarahs approached from in front of me. The sound of their cheerful laughter reverberated deep within my ears, making my very eardrums vibrate. I'm pretty sure I took a picture of this already, but just in case I didn't. With my injuries, I doubted I'd live for more than a few hours. That thought had suddenly come to me, but it didn't really matter. I was just a delusion anyway. A being that would blink out of existence just as quickly as it blinked in. In the grand scheme of things, my injuries didn't really matter. Does that mean by technicality I can heal myself because I am not a real thing? Is that how that works? I just need to save Remy. I just need to destroy Noah too. If this body could grant that, then I'd gladly give it all away. So... yeah, just stay together forever. Her metal bat came down on me again. I figured I'd be able to avoid it, but the fatigue and pain slowed my reaction considerably. Ow. That hurt. and was struck right in the temple. I could feel its enormous spikes tearing into my skull. The world shook. My vision went black. Things became even darker than they had already been, and I could no longer see anything at all. I tumbled over, and as I tumbled, my mind went to my right hand. It was exploding with pain, but I was able to reaffirm that my D-sword was still there. I swung over my flattened left hand in an attempt to regain my footing. An exposed bone collided with the ground. An impact akin to an electric shock ran through my entire body, causing me to black out for a second, but I regained consciousness soon after. My vision came back. I started to rise back up. The soles of my feet caught hold of the ground. Using the centrifugal force I'd been blown away with, I charged into the hordes of Seiras and swung my right hand. My bones creaked. Freshly spilled blood burst out from the Seiras. The stench of blood refused to leave my nostrils. Was it my blood? Seiras' blood? Who even knew? It all blended together. All I knew was that I was covered in blood, and that the coat of red staining me had made my vision go blurry. I kept on carving into them. Who even knew just how many I'd cut down at that point? When would it end? In my mind, it was as if she was multiplying infinitely. Sarah clung to my right hand. I swung both her and my D-sword around. But she wouldn't let go. Instead, she bent my arm backward in a way that it wasn't meant to go. My joint came out of its socket. All strength left my arm. My D-sword hit the ground. Nausea welled up in my stomach. I coughed and sputtered violently. The taste of blood spread through my mouth. I was pretty sure my shattered ribs were puncturing my internal organs. I'm no doctor, but I assumed that. Any and every kind of pain was eating away at my body. I felt like I was going to go insane. But I was holding out hope. I couldn't help but hold out hope. I wanted to be set free, but I knew very well how impossible that was. So my hope was more wishful thinking than anything. With a big grin on her face, Sarah peered at my face. And I drove my foot into her jaw as hard as I could. Fuck out of here. I forcibly channeled more strength into my right arm. All sensation in it was going numb. It felt as if my nerves were burning to a crisp. My entire body was boiling. And now the pain in my bones was rippling, not just through my arm, but through my entire body. I was on the verge of shattering to pieces. Then I heard something that sounded like the growl of a beast. For a moment, I wondered whose voice it was, only to realize it was my own. My fingers on my right hand faintly shifted. We're having a normal one here. Listen, last night, okay, last stream, he was begging for anybody to kill him. Now, millions of Seiras are trying to kill him. What did I say? I grabbed my D-sword and conjured a delusion. I pictured it being bound by a cord, and it instantly became real. The sword was secured to my hand with the cord. I needed to move to get where Rumi was, beyond this darkness. I got the world to save here, okay? I sputtered out the blood that had gathered in my mouth. I was surrounded by heaps of Seiras' corpses lying on the ground. Other Seiras kicked past them on their way to me, producing ripples in the puddles of blood. I slowly shook my head. I gritted my teeth. What? That's not true. You can't say that. Oh, shit. Very next second, every single Seira morphed into 2D. The ones who were standing became life-size cardboard cutouts. The corpses lying on the ground became covers for body pillows. Oh, that was easy, actually. All it took was realizing that all of this was bullshit. That's also how we're going to solve Ubi Neko, actually. We just have to be like, hey, wait a minute, this is probably bullshit, and then it all just goes away. That's all you got to do. They had all returned home, back to the realm of 2D. Not a single one of them moved anymore.
尻に帰らなきゃ。
Anime defeated with facts and logic.
僕も後で行くよ。
In something of a moment of silence for the girls, I briefly hung my head over the wreckage. In the back of my mind, I was thinking that the gory, blood-stained Sarah body pillow covers definitely didn't sell well. I was on the brink of passing out, but I managed to stave it off by biting my lip hard. And then I started walking through the dark tunnel once again. I gotta get to Noah 2 eventually. We're almost there. I ended up at a dilapidated building near Shibuya Station's east entrance. Finally, we made it. The surrounding scenery was dotted with partly or entirely collapsed buildings, leaving the building here as the sole intact survivor. On it was the dome of a rooftop planetarium that had closed down some years back. There it is. We made it. Wheezing my lungs out, I ascended the deserted stairway to the top floor. I made my way through the unattended lobby into the planetarium before I took a breather at the gargantuan device that had been jumped into my sight. It was Noah 2 in all its majesty. Surrounded by a chilly air, robbing me of my warmth, a piece of art stood beside Noah 2.
Rimi.
Rimi, affixed to the art piece, slowly raised her head at my voice. That is certainly an art piece we got going on there. That looks like a giant D sword that she is attached to. I won't lie to you, but we can call it an art piece. Rimi, affixed to the art piece, slowly raised her head at my voice. Our eyes met. Her eyes shot open. Oh, that's a better, closer shot. Doshite? Why the fuck are you here? I'm literally here so you don't have to be. Why did you come?
どうして君を助けに。
Her eyes began to swim. She shook her head sadly.
そんなキスだらけになってそんな無茶して待っててって言ったのになんで
Because I've fallen in love with you. I'm in love with you, Rimi. But I couldn't say that out loud. Couldn't say anything heroic like, I'm here to save you because I'm in love with you. Not with how I was. Not with me covered in blood and completely flattened arm. My current state was as far from Prince Charming as humanly possible. If I said something like that now, it'd probably look creepy as hell. That put me closer to a stalker than anything, really. If I spilled my guts to her in some speech that didn't let her get a word in, it would have just put her way off. I was going to live. Or she was going to live and I was going to die. Having some dead man walking convey all this feelings on a whim would have left a horrible taste in her mouth. So I bottled it all in.
君にこれを返したくて。
My right hand was still weak. It was the hand that I had been using to hold my D sword. Desperately forcing my fingers to move, I reached inside my jacket pocket and pulled out a handkerchief. It was colored a gentle vermilion. Whether that was its original hue or due to my blood staining it, I didn't know. Rimi had given it to me, though its floral aroma had long since expired. That handkerchief was one of several precious memories she'd given me.
僕は君をここから助け出してノア2を壊してこのハンカチを返すんだ。
That was all I was capable of doing, and if I managed to achieve it all, I could die with no regrets. Besides, there wasn't much else I could do. In my mind, every sense of mine had gone numb a long time ago. I imagined that the reason for that was because the pain was so severe, my brain had no choice but to start blocking the sensations transmitted by whatever nerves were responsible. I could barely move. My arms continued to bleed. My vision was blurry. I was incredibly cold. I had a feeling that, if I wasn't careful, I'd lose consciousness right then and there. Taku.
君は実に勇敢ですね。
Are we actually just gonna keep this going on a loop? This clapping? My, you are quite the gallant one. We're just gonna do this for the rest of the stream, because he won't stop. Like, it just keeps going. He's not even clapping. He's not even clapping. And by the way, his sprite always makes me think he's like got some kind of like cane or whatever that he's just kind of casually leaning on. Not that he needs to walk, but that he's just casually leaning on it with how his arm is placed. And yet right now I'm being told that he's just clapping. You're clapping. Daku is suffering, and you're clapping. I'm quite the gallant one. Or gallant one. A towering man emerged from behind Noah 2. He's still clapping too. Norase Genichi. Facing me, he clapped sarcastically with no clear expression on his face.
しかし、
Oh, he finally
致命
stopped.
的なことが一つあります。
One fatal flaw present in your character.
行
There's
動
many,
原理
actually.
が感情に根ざしているということです。それは野蛮人のすることだ。
Yeah, if you convince me, this meme format is great. What calls you to action is rooted in bare emotion, something I would attribute far more barbarism rather than anything noble. I had no idea what he was getting at. It took everything I had just to bear with the pain, so aside from Remy, I didn't have any brain power left to try and comprehend what anyone was saying. I ain't got time for that shit.
小を犠牲にして大の利益を守る。それを悪だと思いますか？
Probably, actually, depending on how you do it.
私はそうは思いません。
What did he say? Sacrifice the needs of the few for the needs of the many. Well, I mean, again, it depends on what you're doing. I certainly would not myself. Yeah, because you're the bad guy.
このままでは人類はいずれ滅び去る。人の欲望によってです。あまりにも醜い心。あまりに利己的な欲望の洪水。人の社会はすでに破綻し、腐り落ちようとしています。誰もが己のことしか考えず、その結果殺し合い、奪い合っています。君もギガロマニアックスとして覚醒したのなら見たはずですよ。私は幼い頃に覚醒したため、もう何十年という間、それを見てきた。300人委員会は人類の自滅を阻止するためという大義名分のもと、世界人間牧場計画を推し進めてきました。けれどそれも所詮、彼らのエゴを満たすものでしかない。私が目指すのはそんなものではありません。
I'm just evil. I just wanna fuck up everything.
悟ったのですよ。この腐った世界を再生するためには、社会のシステムを変えるのではなく、世界中すべての人間の心を変える必要があるのだと。そのためのプロジェクトノアです。ノア2があれば世界中すべての人間から負の妄想を消し去り、清廉な心へと漂白できます。争いは消え、世界に永遠の平和を与えることができます。君も 誰かに蔑まれることもなくなるでしょう。
Even me? Finally, his novel-length monologue came to a close. My body was on the verge of collapse, but I desperately planted my feet. At least I'd gotten a bit of a break. That was the only reason I was still standing.
あんたの言ってることは
He's like,
もしかしたら
He's like, yeah, I'm not reading all
正し
that.
いかもしれない。
I'm happy for you, or sorry that happened, but I'm taking the girl and I'm destroying Noah too, and then we're leaving. I hadn't really been paying much attention, but in regards to the future of humanity, he was definitely right. His ideals were entirely righteous. He was the president of a sprawling corporation, and his eye was aimed solely at justice for the whole of mankind. Me, meanwhile, I was a monster, a virgin, an otaku freak, a selfish, ego-driven wannabe, who just wanted to save some girl who he liked, and didn't give a shit about anyone else. Normally, that'd make me the bad guy through and through. The monster would be slain, and justice would prevail.
でも僕はあんたには負けられない。
なぜ否定するのです？
ただの
Just because I feel like it.
満足だ。
Yeah, I just feel like it.
残念です。
His gaze locked onto me. Norase grabbed Rumi by the collar and threw her off the art piece. And then picked up the art piece, because that's a sword, right? His right hand then stretched out in front of it. Yeah, because it's very clearly a giant fucking sword. And in that ephemeral moment, the once standing art piece found itself in Norase's hand. Here's another little thing we gotta take a picture of. It was no mere art piece, nor was it a cross that existed for a crucifixion. It was a D-sword! Who saw that coming? It was far too monstrous to be called a sword. Savagery. Gelatinity. That which sowed terror. A contaminated gospel. Chaos thoroughly complexified. A blasphemy with which to desecrate. The purest of evils. Akin to the very gates of hell themselves, the hearts of those who gazed upon it will be wretched away, luring them into an eternal aeon of strife. All that was negative in this world converged into one, embodying its very shape. I gulped back all the saliva that built up in my throat. Despite everything, I made up my mind. I fixed my grip on my D-sword, which was still bound to my hand with the cord, and then I took a single step toward Noah 2. Or more accurately speaking, I began to close the distance between Norase and myself. Speaking of distance, he had an overwhelming advantage in range over me.
剣で切り合うような野蛮な行為はあまり得意ではないのですがね。しかし、君からコードサンプルを手に入れる必要があります。そのために
Oh, is that all?
無力化しなければ。
Is that all that has to happen here? Oh, let me plug in my mouse real quick. Okay. Towering over me, with one hand, Norase swung a D-sword even bigger than he was. His strike was so heavy, it felt as if he could have pulverized any known object out there. His arm was slow to respond. Or my arm was slow to respond. Even moving it slightly made pain explode throughout it. Even still, I forced it to do so and raised my arm. I caught the blow with my D-sword. Any normal sword would have been split right in two. Look at this fucking guy's face. And that wasn't even accounting for how unbelievably thin my sword was. I couldn't have been more different from Norase's. And yet, my D-sword didn't break. Somehow, I managed to parry Norase's first strike. My hand went numb. With my left hand pulverized, my balance on that side was non-existent. The stance I had been holding collapsed. By the looks of it, he was about to send me flying. I just had to endure it. I'll be fine. I connected with Norase's second blow. His recovery between strikes was way too fast. Don't be misled by how his sword looks. That was what I told myself. It was a battle of strength, between a sword that was far too thin and delicate, and a sword that was far too colossal and ferocious. Somehow I was holding out with it, at least for the moment. Oh shit. 4 times now. 4 times had our blades crossed. But this time the position of Norse's hand began to change. And he began to take a screenshot of the CG. It looked like he was clutching the guard of the sword now. And then his sword began to writhe. Letting out an eerie noise, its malleable mechanisms groaned. Malleable. Its malleable mechanisms groaned. The blade's edge then split in two, opening into a pair of scissors. It was then thrust toward my very chest. That alteration, right then I came to realize, it would mean the end of me. I countered, swinging my sword down in front of me. But I was too late. So all this is fake, right? None of this is happening, right? Everything's perfectly fine for me, because all this is not happening, right? Its forked point sank straight into my chest. Yeah. A callous smile formed on Nodose's lips. He loosens his grip, his grasp on the guard. And the colossal scissors snapped shut. That's not good. My chest, my ribs, and my lungs were all devoured. I desperately stumbled back. And right when I did, Norse swept his arm straight across. My own fresh blood danced before my eyes. Pain spiked throughout my entire body. Even though my senses were supposed to have been numbed, I was on the verge of screaming out with whatever remained in my lungs. But even so, I clenched my teeth and enjoyed it. Well, you'll find out what happens in like 3 minutes. We have an ad. Stay safe. Apparently. Probably should have noticed that a little earlier. Where's my BRB scene? We'll be right back. Wait, hold on. Our ad's not happening? It said a thing that said that they were about to happen. Did they get snoozed? Or... Well, I'm just gonna make them happen, just in case. Oh no, okay, so they are running. I tried to run it, it said I can't do it because they're running, so we're good. Okay, we're good then. They haven't started yet, but so I don't know. Well, they will pretty soon, supposedly. Supposedly an ad break is happening now. And that's what I'm being told by the Twitch execs. We have to get used to this kind of these hourly breaks, I guess. We have to get used to them. I don't know what to do about that. We just die. Alright, supposedly the ads are done. If you had them at all. I don't even know if you do anymore. I don't know what to do about that stuff. I don't know if I want to just normalize that as a thing that we do. Every hour we take a 3-minute break or what. I don't know what to do. Anyways. You didn't have any? I don't understand how that works then. Because it tells me that there's an ad break happening then, but if you don't get served them, I don't fucking know. The fuck? Anyways. Even though my senses were supposed to have been numbed, I was on the verge of screaming out with whatever remained of my lungs. But even so, I clenched my teeth and endured it. My chest had been thoroughly minced. If not for stepping back when I did, he would have hit my heart. Massive quantities of blood continued to spray out. I nearly toppled over, but I caught myself at the last second. I can't die here. I didn't come this far just to die. I ignored Nodose. Instead of him, I approached Noah 2 and Remy, the latter of which was collapsed on the ground. It took every fiber of my being. But I did it all the same. Raising her head from the ground, Remy looked in my direction. She was likely exhausted. There was no way her body had any strength left. As fatigue, or maybe just my injuries, continued to wear down on me, to wear me down, my vision grew blurrier. I wasn't sure what sort of face Remy was making as she looked at me. I didn't meet her gaze. I couldn't bear for her to see me like this, bloody and beaten to a pulp. That was the sole minuscule bit of pride I had left. Even on my deathbed, that was where I drew the line. I advanced towards Noah 2. My D-sword was already within range. Oddly enough, Nodose stayed behind me, ignoring that I was leaving him behind. Oh shit! All of a sudden, a cheery melody began to ring throughout the dome. You may pass. Noah 2 towered over me. The sound emanating from it became even more shrill. Deep within all of its majesty, I sensed something incredibly strange and enigmatic moving around. For a split second, I flinched, albeit slowly. I managed to take a stance with the blade at my hip. I aimed toward Noah 2's nearly organic-looking, tube-covered exterior, and bulldozed it with my D-sword. I was gonna say, he's not letting you do that shit. What are you doing? That was what I noticed. At some point or another, Noah 2 had vanished from my sight, and now, somehow, I was standing with my back to it. I knew for a fact that I'd just been trying to destroy it. There wasn't a single damn reason for me to have turned around. And yet, that was the direction I was facing. It was very clear. In the very center of my blurred vision, Nodose was the one standing there, not Noah 2. I turned myself around, swinging my D-sword at it for the second time. Except even though I fully intended to turn around, I hadn't. I had the will to turn myself around, and I'd even made the motion to do so. And yet the end result was one where I hadn't actually turned around. I was hit with a wave of utter confusion. Nodose's quiet voice resounded from within the dome, pooling and mixing together with the melody of You May Pass. Well then, I'll just need to create a delusion in which the Noah 2 thinks that I am you. Duh. When he finished speaking, he leisurely walked closer to me. Then, as if it was the easiest thing in the world, he raised the colossal D-sword above his head. I clenched my teeth, and I'd lost a lot of blood. I couldn't think clearly. Even though I didn't have the slightest bit of sensation in my right hand, I shoved the pain and the fact that I couldn't move it properly aside, and lifted it up in a desperate attempt to deflect the next blow. And then, the D-sword that somehow still remained attached to my hand with the cord was sent flying by a staggering impact. It tumbled across the floor, far, far away from me. It was astonishing seeing it off. Fixing my gaze back in front of me, I was met with Nodose's sneering figure. And then, as if in warning, as if to urge my mind forward, the melody changed.
君の存在を否定してあげましょう。
Nodose's stance told me he was already prepared to strike again. He was about to bring that sword crashing down on me. It was all too overwhelming, all too devastating, all too brutal. That was his D-sword, and it was coming down on me while I was completely unarmed. I had no way of stopping his strike. I was a sitting duck. Oh my god! Remy forced her way between Nodose and me. Her soft touch enveloped my face. I felt Remy's chest. She had wrapped her arms around me, almost like a tender embrace. She was protecting me from Nodose. Nodose sighed quietly, lowering his sword. He's like, ah shit, now I can't kill him. He's got a girl. Remy had saved me once again, even though I told her I was here to save her. How fucking pathetic was that? Hit with a wave of intense frustration, I slithered my right hand onto her body and thrusted it inside her blouse. What the fuck? I felt the sensation of the coarse, warm underwear lying atop her skin. Takumi, this is not the time. This is not the time for the delusion bullshit thing. What's going on? Then, I felt the pain of the gashes in my chest. Then, the pain of my amputated left hand. Then the pain of my dislocated right arm. Then the pain of my dysfunctional lungs as I struggled to breathe. But the warmth I felt now, surely I could heal all of it. Remy's underwear, Remy's bare skin. Now is not the time, Takumi. I tore off the buttons of her... Oh, what the... Takumi. I tore off the buttons of her blouse. I ripped away the clothing that was keeping her body hidden away from me. Oh my god. I exposed her bra. Yeah, Takumi, what are you doing? What is the fucking Noah 2 doing to you? I grabbed her tightly, right through her bra, reaching her ample breasts. With her blood-smeared right hand, with my blood-smeared right hand, I squeezed her. I rubbed her body with my blood, her bra, her bare skin. I felt its elasticity, such soft, tender skin. Remy writhed around in an attempt to escape. I grabbed her tightly and didn't let go. I plunged my face into her breasts. Her skin was so velvety, so comfortable. It was as if it was drawing me in. Then with my right hand free, I began to grope beneath her skirt. Jesus, Takumi. There's a lot going on here, okay? This is some fuckery from the Noah 2 or whatever. There's some fuckery from, what's his name? The bad guy there. The fuck is his name? I can't remember. The Nodose. He's doing some weird shit here. Stop it, Taku. With a gasp, I got off of her. When I realized that what I'd been trying to do, I was genuinely shocked. Even though I'd gotten off of her, Remy tightly clutched her chest and continued to sob sadly. But she'd been protecting me. Why had I done that? Why the hell had I done that? Especially at a time like this. Why was I the one making Remy cry? What the fuck? My own voice echoed within my mind. Shocked, I swallowed back my saliva. What was so shocking to me? The fact that he was right? Oh no. Because he'd seen through me? But who was he to begin with? It was my own voice, my inner voice, my true nature? Shogun's gonna cuck you? What is this face? You don't want to be a cuck, do you? My true nature continued whispering to me, "Stop it. Stop saying this shit. I don't believe a single word you're saying. I couldn't cover my ears even if I wanted to, considering my lack of a left hand. Remy was just lying there, sobbing, unable to fix her messy clothes. Just seeing her face like that shattered my heart.
片思いでいいとか綺麗事言ってないでさ。犯しちゃえ。
Talk, inner voice talk me. What is going on here?
それをする時間ぐらい待ってくれるってよ。
Oh yeah, Naruse is not doing shit. Probably because he's the one doing this shit.
恨まれたってへでもないって。やりたいことやって死のうよ。僕のこのかわいそうな境遇なら、ここでちょっとひどいことやったって、しょうがなかったら許されるよ。
This is like the second time I know about in the Science Adventure series where there's a weird bit in the endings where for some reason the main character randomly thinks to himself, what if I just raped another character? Because that happened in the Steins Gate visual novel as well, in the Suzuha ending stuff, when he was like stuck in a time loop or whatever. I don't remember if that was in the anime, but that was always fucking weird to me that that happened. And apparently it happened before in Chaos Head. Okay. I mean, Chaos Head, I guess it makes more sense because it's probably not him actually thinking that, it's probably the machine sending this to his brain, right? It's a little different. In Steins Gate, it was because he was in a time loop for ages and he just lost his mind or whatever, but it was just a delusion, something that was a bad habit of mine. Things could take a turn for the worse if I didn't stop listening. The current would drag me away. My weak-minded nature was luring me to the path of least resistance, toward a real bad path, but I couldn't let it drag me away, not now.
それに、リミは僕に同情してくれてた。
I don't think that's what that means.
むしろやらしてくれるべきだ。
I don't think that's how that works, buddy.
犯せよ。
What?
死ぬ前に童貞捨てようよ。
No, we can't. We gotta keep the V card. It's very important for our delusional power. I screamed, to shatter my weak mind, to blow it straight to hell. Luckily, it seemed to have worked. Remy had even stopped crying. She lowered her hands covering her face, and then she glared at me with ice-cold eyes.
つまんない男。
Bro. Those few words were all it took for my mind to be swallowed by a cascade of dark emotions. Bro. Things are not going good here. This is the good end, don't worry. And as I swung myself at Remy... Oh my god. I'm okay though, right? I'm okay. Everything's fine. This is the good end. With staggering force, an enormous stake burst straight up from the concrete floor. Sharp edge of the stake pierced straight through my crotch. Straight into my crotch. I mean, that's fair. That should happen. I couldn't comprehend what was going on. My legs were floating in the air. Even if I wanted to run away, I couldn't. The stake gradually tore its way farther and farther into my body. It was excruciatingly painful, but not enough to kill me. The stake continued to grow, lifting me a whole meter into the air. Any form of movement sent a jolt of pain through my groin. I was completely unable to move. Someone saved me. I cast my pleading eyes down toward Remy. But, without even looking at me, she walked straight to Norise's side. Then, as if exhausted of all strength, she crouched to the ground. Both Norise and Remy simply stared at me, at the mortifying display. Neither of them had any form of expression as they watched. Neither of them had any interest in saving me.
知っていますか？かつて拷問刑として串刺しは世界中のあちこちで用いられていました。
You don't say.
この拷問の特徴は死ぬまで3日ほどかかる。
3 days to arrive once it begins.
自らの体重によって徐々にその杭は体に食い込んでいく。ポイントは杭の先端はそれほど尖らせないことです。
Yeah, it's very important.
それにより臓器を傷つけることがなくなり、死ぬまでの期間が延びるわけです。最終的に杭の先端が口や肩から突き破れば処刑は終了。 見守っていてあげますよ。
For all 3 days.
あなたが死ぬまでね。
Okay.
彼女も同じ考えのようですし。
Remy nodded in response to his words.
もっともその前に胸や腕の傷のせいで失血死に至る方が早いかもしれませんが。
It's a delusion, a delusional attack. That was what I told myself. In reality, I wasn't really impaled. I was just standing in front of Noatu. I was only hallucinating. I believed that to be true. I had to believe it. 3 days, 72 hours, 4,320 minutes. I calculated that right now. 259,200 seconds. I also calculated that right now, because why not? If I had to endure it for that long, the delusion will end. It has to. If I just sleep for a bit or pass out, it'll go by a lot quicker. Those were my thoughts. But I couldn't do either of those things. The pain wouldn't let me. And that was exactly what made this such pure, unrelenting torture. I was gonna go insane if this went on. Even though, only a moment ago, I've been thinking about trying to endure it, I spiraled straight into despair. Considering the extreme amount of time left before my death, despair was the sole emotion that hadn't drained directly out of me. Just kill me already. Bro, it's been like 10 seconds since it started. This is the good end, don't worry. Doesn't look too good for talking? No, this is fine. How much time had passed? I didn't see a clock, so I had no clue. I wanted to see a clock, but I knew that if I did see one, the hands sluggishly ticking by would probably shatter my spirit completely. I clenched my teeth. Sweat was oozing off my body in droves. Thanks to that, my throat had gone dry. I moistened it by swallowing the blood that was trickling in. Inside my body, I could feel the stake. I could feel the stake continuously shoving aside my internal organs as it wedged itself even deeper into me. I could feel it very clearly, like a countdown to my inevitable death. Soon enough, it arrived in my minced chest. After that, it pierced through my throat. It skewered me straight through the mouth. Don't worry. This is the good end. We're the hero. The pain and shock was pushing my sanity to its limits. The pain kept me in a 5-minute cycle of passing out, waking up, then passing out again. I came to understand something. Every time I fainted, my body would go limp, and the stake dug into me even faster. Naturally, the pain grew to uncomparable levels when that happened. Then it would wake me back up. Unable to move, my body would writhe in torment. Then I'd pass out again to escape the pain, and the gruesome cycle would repeat itself. Even when I was conscious, I was entirely in a daze. It seemed like the pain had somehow faded a little, too. The good ending is the otaku freak is finally gone. True, we're finally getting rid of them all. My vision had gone dim. Was it nighttime? Not that it mattered, considering the lack of windows in the dome. I supposed it was probably because of how much blood I'd lost. Blood trickled from my chest and arms, albeit not a whole lot. If it kept dripping out, maybe I could die peacefully from that instead of being impaled. Realizing that, I attempted to swing around my left arm, hardly any of which remained below the elbow. But it didn't even twitch. No doubt my nerves were already dead. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. He's doing fine. Was it really a delusion? When was it going to end? Would it ever actually end? What had made me believe it was a delusion to begin with? How could I know it was a delusion? What if it was all reality? If I endured it, I'd just die anyway. Enduring it didn't mean shit. But I was enduring it anyway. That was stupid. Only a dumbass would do that. I was an idiot. Die. Not the haha kill yourself kind. No, actually fucking die. Not in Minecraft. Takumi, okay? I should die right now. I was sick of all the pain. I was sick of all the suffering. Bite your tongue off. Do that, you'll be at peace soon after. Just let me out of here. This was all a delusion, right? Oh, we're back to this. We're back to this. Itai. Shino. Itai. We're having a normal one here. My chest continued to hemorrhage. I couldn't breathe. No matter how much oxygen I tried to suck in, my throat would only make a stupid wheezing sound. I looked down, only to be met with a stake peeking through the holes in my chest. Struggling for oxygen as my mouth flapped open and shut, I violently vomited out blood. The fact I was about to die brought me peace of mind.
そろそろですね。
It was Nodase's voice. The bastard was right in front of me. But I couldn't see him. In fact, I couldn't see a thing. Being impaled had left me in so much agony for so long that I had completely forgotten about both him and Remy. I couldn't help but wonder if Remy was still close by, though it didn't really matter. I was too occupied with trying to breathe. It's only been like 20 seconds, probably. For a good while now, I had been dedicating every nerve and every last ounce of strength towards just doing that.
君が無事死ぬ前に彼女を始末しておきましょう。
I wasn't exactly sure what he was talking about, nor did I have the chance to think about it.
私を
Eh,
殺すの。
へえ、そういうことです。
that's the plan.
遺言をどうぞ。
ごめん、タク。
Yeah, sorry, I guess.
タクのこと
I tried, and then you showed up.
助
Can't
けて
do
あ
much
げ
about
ら
that.
れなかった。
That was a gun. And then Sua showed up and said, "Ha ha ha! Nice to see you, boss. You thought I was dead, or no? I'm fine. So I'm here to hang out with you, boss. Long live the divine light." I heard Remy's final scream and the sound of someone toppling over. I imagined that Remy had just been shot and killed. I didn't feel a single pang of emotion. Something else took priority. I returned to working on breathing. And then I felt shock at how I'd done that. What was the meaning in any of this? Why did I struggle so hard to keep on breathing? Wasn't it just too much? Something hot streamed down my cheeks. I was probably crying, but there wasn't any way to be sure of that. I tried my best to endure everything that I had been dealt with so far, but so close to the 3-day limit, the meaning of doing so had been entirely lost. I'm sorry, Remy. I should be the one to apologize. I couldn't protect you. There wasn't any point in living anymore. I let my body go limp. The weight of that caused my body to sink even deeper. I felt a foreign object working its way up to my throat. Breathing became impossible. Something was driving itself up through me. He's okay. Don't worry. He's alright. He's actually just held this pose the entire time. I came back to my senses. The feeling of a foreign object in my throat disappeared. I wasn't impaled anymore. The only blood on me was from my left arm and chest. When did reality end and the delusion begin? My brain couldn't begin to process it fast enough. I didn't understand a thing about the situation. In front of me was Nodase, D-sword raised.
帰ってきましたか。あなたが体験した3日間は現実では1秒しか経っていません。
Oh, a single second. Okay, well, fuck me.
やっぱり妄想。
After muttering that to myself in relief. Did he kill me? Notice his D-sword flashed as fast as lightning. My body's top and bottom halves began to fall out of alignment. Not good. My vision fell. It sank downward even though my legs were still standing right there. Everything about my waist toppled to the floor. My torso had been cleaved clean off. The cross section was all too beautiful to behold. I inexplicably fixed my gaze on my lower half. It was a reality I didn't want to accept. Or was it just another delusion? If it was, that would have been nice. Please be a delusion. Remy was calling me, in a voice that seemed so sad. She was calling me.
その状態でも死ぬまで数分は持つはずです。
Before my death?
元医師である私が言うのだから確かで。その間にコードサンプルを取ることにしま
Not
しょう。
my code! Not my code! I worked so hard on that! I crawled, dragging my body away, my right hand alone. I headed straight for Remy's voice. I wanted to feel you there, Remy. I have to save you. Remy. I dragged myself forward with my right hand, then again, then again. I reached out, but I had no idea where Remy was. I didn't reach her. I didn't reach anything at all.
しぶとい男だ。
Ow. Crunch. I felt my bones grind to dust. Norisei's dress shoes trampled my outstretched right hand.
さすが化け物と言うべきですか。
Bakemono.
そのノロセの足が蜃気楼のように揺れた。
Oh shit. Are we controlling everything now?
床のタイルの模様がぼんやりとし始めて。
Have we ascended?
回転する。
Oh my god.
床と天井が逆になる。
Okay.
僕は天井に這いつくばっている。両断された腰からものすごい勢いで血が噴き出す。全開にした蛇口のように血が体から抜けていく。そのまま腕の傷口を通って内臓までが流れ出る。
I mean, that doesn't sound good. Can I not have that happen?
と遠くなる。でも完全には途切れない。血だまりができて僕はそのシンクの海に身を横たえている。ドクンドクンと鼓動する心臓が僕の目の前に転がっていて、血だまりに波紋を作り、その波紋をぼんやり見ていたら、僕の形が崩れた。人としての形を維持できない。
How many Takumi death scenes are we gonna see tonight before it turns out it's just a delusion and it didn't happen? Bro, how many of them do we gotta watch? I'm unable to maintain my shape as a person.
僕と世界との境界が消失する。肉が溶け、骨がゴムのように曲がり、眼球は四角になり、
Square shaped?
口から裏返った肺がこぼれ出し、神経は数万キロメートルも引っ張られ、脳はシワの一つ一つを丁寧に伸ばされ、体はブヨブヨになる。空気に溶けていく。右手が糸のように伸びて、プラネタリウムを出ていく。それは飴細工のように渋谷の空をさまよってコーネリアスタワーにくるくる巻きつく。
Or just stretch?
何度も何度も何度も。分かれた足が膨れてる。ブクブクと
ブクブク。
水風船みたい。 パンパンに皮膚が伸びてギチギチ音を液状化。肉も骨もとろけてふくらはぎに溜まってる。腰からニョキって小さな頭が生えて、ぎょろりとした白い目が僕を見たよ。そしたら僕の頭がぐしゃって潰された。どっちの頭かはよくわかんない。潰れてトロトロになって、ビルの床、コンクリートの分子の
And its
隙間を抜け
molecules.
て、
We're gonna describe our death on a molecular level.
落ちていく。地上へビューって。地面に作るどろりとした
Goopy
脳
brain
みその
puddle.
水たまり。
Goopy brain puddle.
もぞもぞもごもご
Is this-
ジュルジュルドロドロ
Jiggly jiggle. Bouncy
ビヨ
bounce.
ンビヨン
Squishy.
ビチャビチ
Squishy
ャ
squirm.
グジ
Squirm
ュ
squirm.
グジ
Gushy
ュ
gush. Slurpy
ぐ
slurp.
ちゃり
Sticky
ぐ
stick.
ちゃり
Jiggly jiggle. Bouncy bounce. Splashy splash. Gloopy gloop. Splatty splat. Is this one of those like optical illusion images where if you like look at it long enough or like in a certain way, there's like an image that will pop up? Is that what this is? I'm trying to see if it is. I think I see something. Nah, I don't know. I don't know if it is.
僕は二つにな
Oh
る。
my god, what the fuck?
二つが四つに
Two
なる。
becomes four.
四つが八つ
Four
にな
becomes
る。
eight.
八つが四つ
Eight
に。
becomes four.
二つが八つに。
Two becomes
四
eight.
つが四つに。どんどん増えて、どんどん減る。
We don't have time for math. We're dying
い
here.
っぱい。僕がいない。僕は何？僕って何？何って僕？僕？何？何区がナボに？
What's A?
ナボボに
What?
なく
What?
お
Hmm?
な
What?
君は妄想なんかじゃないよ。
れ
Who? You?
だ。
見てごらん。
There's Nanami.
西条七海が祈る。兄と共に収容された病院。怪我人があふれた待合室の片隅にうずくまり。
You okay there, Taku? Your ability to speak is worsening. Listen, he's fine. He'll walk it off. He's walked it off before. He will walk it off again. We'll be fine.
実の兄のしわくちゃの手を握りしめて、右手の痛みに耐えて、目を閉じて、祈る。もう一人の兄の無事を。楠木優愛が祈る。倒壊したビルの瓦礫。彼の美少女
Thoughts and
フィ
prayers
ギ
will
ュ
save
ア
the
の
day.
一つを握りしめて。
Oh, she's got one of my
地
Seirotans.
震と火事で醜く変形してしまったフィギュアたちの
Actually,
姿に
you should throw that away.
感じた
That Serotan might
胸の
actually
痛みに
like
耐え
fucking kill you. So be careful.
目を閉じて祈る。彼女を許してくれた。 岸本綾瀬が祈る避難所となっている水明学園。その校舎の屋上で空を見上げて、神話が書かれた文庫本を握りしめて、崩壊した渋谷を覆う不特定多数の妄想が見せる悪意。目を閉じて祈る彼女の歌を、彼女の話を
That was me. I
聞
did
い
that.
てくれた
Alright,
少年の無事を。
Who's the next one? Senna? I think we're gonna get a Senna next. Nope, it was
折
Kazuki.
原梢が祈る新鮮駅の薄暗いホーム。青い瀬名の震える手を握りしめて、足の傷の痛みに耐えて、目を閉じて祈る心の声で語り合ったクラスメートの少年の無事を。
Now it's Senna.
青い瀬名が祈る横たわる父の傍らに座り、父の冷たくなった手を握り、最後まで素直になれなかった後悔の痛みに耐えて目を閉じて祈る彼女のお願いに不器用ながら答えようとしてくれた少年の無事を。
Alright, who's next? Obviously, the next prayer is not gonna come from Rimi. It's gonna come from our boy Misumi-kun. Okay? He's gonna be one of them praying for us. One of the girls in the harem. No, it is Rimi.
咲畑りみが冷たい床に横たわりながら彼へ伸ばした自らの手をきつく握りしめて、傷だらけの彼の姿を見て感じた。目を閉じて祈る自分が守ろうとした自分を助けに来てくれた少年の無事を。
I love how everyone's outfits look like pretty okay, which is surprising in Rimi's case, but everybody else's look okay. Like ISA and what's her name? Yua's outfits look a little dirty, but you know, they're still fine. And then you just have Nanami, who's just destroyed there. Oh, wait, hold on. Also, let me... So you can see the full Senna being blocked by my face real quick. Okay, you get the top of her head. There you go. There's a little dirt in the hair, is what I'm trying to get at here, that you weren't able to see before, but now you do. So, like, they got a little bit because of the dust, but everybody else looks relatively fine. And then you have Nanami, who's just, like, literally blood-soaked. It's fine, though. They're all praying, thoughts and prayers.
僕は何もできなかった。君が行動したんだ。その結果としてみんなが君のことを見てきた。君という周囲共通認識はとっくに出来上がっているんだ。これからは、いや、もうすでに。
You're a real boy now, Takumi. You're a real otaku freak.
君こそが。
僕は、君は誰？僕は。その声が聞こえた瞬間に。
What is going on? What is happening?
意識が僕を固定した。
What?
ぐちゃぐちゃにかき回されていた。
Oh my god, it's the song.
一気に収束する。
Oh shit.
混沌は僕の理想度を形作って収束する。
Chaos within my head? In front of the Noah 2?
僕は僕としての形に戻る。世界は世界としての形に戻る。僕は
I am me. How could I not have realized this? I could see clearly now. The rain is gone. All my wounds had healed. That's not supposed to be allowed. But guess what? It is. My top and bottom halves were connected. I was standing on my own 2 feet. The pain was entirely gone. Serenity filled my heart.
妄想によく打ち勝ったね。僕の最後の力を。
I noticed Remy at the edge of my vision. She was okay. She was looking at me. Tears were falling down her face. Don't cry. Summoning my strength, I grasped the D-sword's hilt. I ascertained its feelings. My arms worked better than ever. I had completely regenerated.
これは実に興味深いです。
What can I say? I'm a delusion, so I could just build myself back up. It's no problem. Yeah, that's me. I focused my eyes on Norose.
確かに。僕は化け物だよ。
So I can rescue Remy, so I can destroy Noah too.
僕が望んだ妄想だ。
Yeah, there you go. We'll defeat you with the power of delusions. Norose's response was swift. He had yet to harvest the code sample of Nishijo Takumi. I don't even know what that means or what that entails. I don't like it though, so I'm glad it didn't happen. The delusion was supposed to have cornered the boy and shattered his psyche. But now the tables had turned. And that he could not allow. Norose closed the gap between himself and Takumi. Taking a specific angle, he swung his D-sword from below. With a D-sword that could cleave any known object, he diagonally carved through Takumi's chest. The target's durability made no difference. Killing a person with it was as simple as slicing through a block of gelatin. With one quick swipe from Norose, Takumi's body was split into pieces. His head, right arm, right shoulder, all slid cleanly off his body. But wait, we got flex tape. I'm not falling apart that easy. Internal organs littered the floor, but not a single drop of blood fell with them. The lower half of Takumi's body began to give way. He braced himself and managed to plant his feet. In the following moment, the cross-section of his wounds began to undulate and squirm. A bubbling noise ensued, and then he regenerated. Even though his body had been cleaved apart a mere second ago, already a new head, right arm, and shoulder had been born. His old head and internal organs remained where they had slid free from him.
通覚は遮断した。
Judge? Ref? Is this allowed? With a single step, Takumi approached Norose. Norose clicked his tongue. He then turned over his D-sword.
肉体の形を捨てたがゆえにいかなる形をも取れるということですか。
あんたの見せてくれた妄想のおかげだよ。
To show you the power of flex tape, I cut Taku multiple times and repaired him with only flex tape. He was unable to retain his shape as a human being. He had taken in the delusion and made it his own. This was not regeneration, but replacement. Missing parts replenished. Flesh and bone were produced once again. All propagating infinitely from the dust within his body. And he even works underwater. His shape was not fixed. Like an amoeba, like a collection of slime, he could change himself freely. That was the reason Takumi called himself a monster. Takumi took yet another step toward Norose. Norose's frustration increased. Gripping the hilt, he thrust his D-sword at the approaching Takumi. Takumi's head found himself between a colossal pair of scissors.
脳を失えば妄想はできないでしょう。
Takumi's head was crushed. It split like a watermelon. Blood and gray matter burst forth. Everything above the neck was gone, and yet Takumi's body remained. Regeneration replacement was instantaneous. As soon as his heel hit the ground, as if nothing had happened, as if it had been entirely replaced, his head returned right to where it had been, without a single scratch. Norose awakened to an understanding. He could not win this fight. Physical attacks with the D-sword were useless. The delusional attack denying the boy's reason for existence had been taken in and used for an alternate purpose. The current Nijijo Takumi was all too removed from human normalcy, all too distorted of an existence, all too fitting as a monster. And yet, despite it all, Nodose had no intention of conceding. His next thought was to utilize Noatu's power to bombard Takumi with innumerable antiparticles. Bombardment with antiparticles could transform any known existence into negative matter, ending ultimately in self-collapse. If disruption from the surface was not viable, then collapse must be undertaken from within.
そうなんだね。
Uh-oh, this is where Takumi uses the Noatu for it instead or some shit. Nodose's thoughts had been read by Takumi. The shine of Takumi's D-sword transformed from red to black. A black flame enveloped the blade. It wriggled forth, extending outward. Its shape resembled that of a dark, colossal serpent. She was right all along. Yo. Why do I look so disappointed about being here? Why do I look very inconvenienced? It roamed throughout the dome as if constricted by it. Toward the ceiling, toward the floor, as though it was licking them up. As though it was scraping them away. It simply consumed. Yeah, she said that. The wicked-hearted king's body. It was all prophesized by the crazy singer lady. The body of the colossal serpent was composed of antiparticles. With a mere touch, it could send any known object into self-collapse. A torrent of destruction composed of near-infinite greed.
触手芸はあんまり好みじゃないけど。
Takumi. Now is not the time. Tentacle porn. And of course, this is a definition. Tentacle porn. A genre of pornography depicting women being subjected to various horrible acts of penetration by a tentacled monster. Tentacle porn is very prominent in eroge, to the point of it becoming its own subgenre. These games should not be played by anyone under the age of 18. Naturally. There and then, Takumi's D-sword swung, its pointed tip fixed on Nodose. The dark serpent, winding itself in a coil, curved its body like a whip. Its jaw snapped at Nodose. Not once had Nodose ever seen such a phenomenon from a D-sword. He could not discern whether it was the hidden power of the Gigalomaniacs or merely Takumi's illusion. The dark fangs eroded Nodose's body, and he began to collapse. All too slowly, like a frog slowly dissolving in the belly of a snake. Darkness swallowed him. He felt no pain. By nature, his death should have been instant. But that was not what Takumi wished for. Realizing this, Nodose's lips twisted into a derisive smile. Nodose had no fear of death. One could say that the ideals he pursued had been accomplished with the completion of Noah 2. Not if we make the Noah 2 think that we're you. You ever think of that? A perpetual motion machine, a device that can continue operation without receiving energy from external sources. I mean, it literally has energy from external sources that it needs. That's not what a perpetual. What you're referring to is not what's happening here. Nodose was God's inventor, so to speak. As long as Noah 2 continued to exist, mankind would not perish, and the eternal utopia Nodose sought would become real. However,
近づけるんでしょ。
Yeah, you can do it. The serpent's body wriggled and writhed with Norsei in its grasp, lifting his body into the air.
それならあんたは鍵だ。
Yeah, you're the key. Norsei was astonished, but soon enough his face changed to an expression of pure agony. The serpent swung about his body with ease. Takumi shot a Takumi shot a glance at Remy. Their eyes met. Just what was Remy feeling as she watched him? Reading her mind would have been effortless, and yet Takumi did nothing of the sort. It seems I was able to save you after all. He quickly averted his eyes. His gaze then shifted to the still humming Noah 2, the throne of God where none could stand foot, a cradle which showed naught but dreams of bliss.
ごめん。
He apologized to no one in
僕
particular.
は人類にとっての敵かもね。
The eternal utopia this device would have brought, a future without conflict. Takumi would extinguish them with his own two hands. Was that right, or was it wrong? Takumi could not give the answer to that.
でも神話でもよくあるでしょ。神だって女絡みでうだうだやってる。
Is this true? Is this true? Even gods tend to slack off when women are involved?
だから僕も
Will sacrifice the happiness of mankind out of love for a girl. Takumi, D-sword in hand, bent his arms in a giant arc.
突き破れ
He thrusted it forth, just like a javelin. The colossal serpent of darkness charged straight ahead. With the bait known as Nodose impaled by its tip, it flew straight toward Noah 2. An enormous serpent of antiparticles, capable of terminating any known object. God is well known for being down bad. Yeah, it happens. It had no will of its own. Thus, it was not something that could have been warped nor distorted. With the greedy impulse to destroy, using Nodose as the key, the delusional barrier was easily smashed to pieces. Easily. Oh my god. There it goes. We saved the day. It was the good ending all along. Or was it? Oh, is this the opening scene? When had the rain begun to fall? There had just been a huge explosion, and its blast, I'm not pressing anything, it's just going on its own. It blast blew my body away like it was nothing more than a ragdoll. Next thing I knew, I found myself lying here. Those eyes were always watching me. The stare pierced through the thick, pitch-black rain clouds and poured down on me like rain. Don't look at me. My body couldn't stop shivering, not from the chill of the rain, but rather the ice-cold rubble against my back. So terribly cold. A gaze pierced me from the heavens. Who it belonged to, I couldn't say. As if to rescue it, I raised my head to look at the environment around me. There I saw a ruined city. There I saw despair. There I saw death. Don't worry, I saved the day, guys. There I saw nothingness. Not a soul was there. Not a soul was moving. Not a soul was left alive. The only thing I could hear was the sound of the rain continuing to pour. At this rate, everything, both the living and the dead, would be gently embraced. Would it all be gently embraced and washed away? How nice would it be if this was all just a delusion? But that didn't seem to be the case. I couldn't move my body. I could only move my eyes and neck, and even then just barely. I couldn't use the monstrous power from before. My body was shivering, but that was nothing more than a physiological phenomenon. It wasn't happening by my own will. I didn't want my body to tremble. If I couldn't move it freely, then it wasn't my body. Or maybe I've never had free will ever since I was born. Nobody knows exactly where the soul resides. Bearing that in mind, how could anyone say that there was a soul inside this body of mine? We did all that and she's still gonna kill you, kills you? I mean, probably. Where exactly was I now? Was I really here? Was I anywhere at all? In this shattered world, where all stood still, where all that could be heard was something, a solitary existence began to emerge from the sea of nothingness. Who are you? Is your skin so pale? Because it had been numbed by the chill of the rain? Was it because you were already dead? And yet the girl wasn't shivering. And those eyes of hers nearly hidden by her bangs. Don't look at me. They looked so terribly sad. They looked as if they had held a hint of madness. They looked as if they reflected nothing. If she and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes like this for all eternity, would my world be reduced to the reflection in our eyes? Would our world be reduced to the reflection in my eyes? The only thing reflected in her eyes was me. The only thing reflected in my eyes was her. When I thought of it that way, the world immediately seemed so clear. Familiar or something? Hey. Suddenly a flash of static reached my ears. One endlessly beautiful, yet deeply blah blah blah. She lowered her head and spread her arms wide, almost as if preparing to take off to soar high above the rain clouds. Or as if trying to catch all the falling rain.
あなたを見つめる妄想
She said it. It's all delusion. This is all fake. From where I was on the ground, I couldn't see the expression on that lowered head of hers. Behind this thin veil of rain, so what kind of face are you making? What? What do you mean ad break ends in 3 minutes? There's an ads running? Okay, ads are running. We'll be back in 3 minutes, apparently. Fuck me, dude. It didn't even warn me or anything. Okay. Stay safe. Alright, supposedly we're back now. Supposedly we're back. Huge shout out to Twitch for just not showing any indication that ads were about to start that time. None. It was just like, hey, ads have started now. Good luck. I was like, okay. Thanks. Fuckers. Motherfuckers. Alright, are we back now, though? Are we back? Hello? Are people here? Alright, you're here? Okay. Alright. Let's go. Let's continue with this. I'm pretty sure it's also bullshit. Okay, I absolutely would have snoozed it because I'm pretty sure we're about to be done. Done. Like, soon. Anyways, let's go. Ah, I see. I finally understand. She's going to use that to kill me. The girl slowly kneeled to the ground before my collapsed body. With her head still lowered, she gently took my own in her hands. I surrendered my body to her grasp. I was just relieved that she was something at me. Looking at me. Finally, we were begging for it all of the last chapter, so... In my ear, I heard a whisper, garbled by static. It was as beautiful as something. You're just going too fast. I'm sorry. Okay, are you gonna... There's nothing to apologize for. Okay, I had to press for that. If I don't disappear the other me, the real me will die. That's why I'm okay with this. In fact, I'm really glad I got to be erased by you. It's not a bad end for a monster like me. I don't have any regrets. A warm, soft, gentle, sweet sensation. And miraculously, shivering in my body slowly began to die down. Her soft breath tickled my cheeks. Suddenly I sensed something pressing against my chest. The large sword she held tore through my skin, bored into my flesh, weaved through my bones, and slowly sank through... Bro, you are going too fucking fast! Motherfucker! You are going too fucking fast. What do? The wait time? The wait time for auto mode. Do we set it to max? Like, what the fuck? I would never imagine that I would get such a kind death. Just the thought of it broke my heart, leaving me on the verge of tears. Trying to hide them, I looked past the girl's head and up toward the ashen sky where the rain continued. Okay, alright, no, that's cool. I wasn't reading it, don't worry. Chaos Head Noah! With a capital N. Production team. Story by Shikura Chiyomaru. We did it. I believe this is the Silent Sky ending. Unless there's a bonus meme after the credits, we did it. This is why it was bullshit of Twitch, okay? I could have snoozed the ads, and we wouldn't have had to deal with them. We would have just reached this, literally, in like 5 minutes. Actually bullshit of Twitch. But we did it, gamers. Oh my god. Was that a good end? Maybe, I guess we stopped Noah 2 from existing. Everybody else is fucking dead still. And we're dead. For some reason she had to kill us. Why? Good end? Question mark? It's okay. We got like 8 other endings to go through, so... That's not the real ending. We got the real ending coming up. Not tonight, though. Eventually. We've got several endings to go through. I believe I'm told next we're supposed to go for the Crying Sky ending. I believe that's what I was told. So we'll see how that goes. The important thing now is to see if there's any bonus memes. Tight Moon? Kaleidoscope? Nintendo Switch version? That's not what we're playing. We're on the Steam version. I don't care about the Switch version. Committee of Zero! Oh my god, they put their own credits in with the patch. That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool that they were able to do that. Thank you to the Committee of Zero for giving us the fixed, correct version of Chaos and Noah to play. Because this game is fucking unplayable. Out of the box on fucking Steam. It's not good. Okay, it's not good. We did it. Chiyomaru Studios. Nitro Plus. Any other bonus memes we got? Any other bonus memes? Magus, yeah. Achievement! Reach the Silent Sky ending. We did it. That was the ending you were always going to get first, no matter what choices you make. That's what I was told, at least. No matter what choices you make, you will always reach the Silent Sky ending first. Extra CG library is now available. Okay, so I wasn't crazy. This was not available at first, but now it is. Sound library is also available. That's pretty cool. The movie library. Shortcut so we can, like, skip chapters, I guess. Okay, alright. Well, let's take a look. Okay, so we have 40 hours of playtime. 60% of the achievements found. Whose eyes are those eyes is at 55%. I don't know what that means. And we've reached one of the 9 endings. Let's take a look at the CG library. Oh my god. How do I go to the next Oh, A is the next... Oh. A just brings us back here. That's dumb. Bro. Oh. Goes to the next CG if there's, like, multiple in there, too. I see. So, like, this one. Enhance. What was this one? Oh, that's locked. We don't get to see that one. This one's probably... Some of these are probably from choosing other delusions. And that we didn't pick or whatever. This one has an alternate version, which we have not seen yet, it looks like, because there's a black square for that, too. She's okay, right? She's okay. Oh, so this is the negative delusion in which she fucking got poisoned and died. So there must be a positive delusion in which some other shit happens to her. This is the Ghetto Froggy. The Ghetto Froggies are definitely mind control signalers too, right? That'll definitely be important, one of these routes. Surely. Oh yeah, I forgot that one happened. Change page. Multiple pages here. Okay, we got a lot of pages of CGs. We won't go through all of them because it's a lot. But our goal is to get every CG in this game. Which we should be able to get most of them if we go through the main routes, and then some of the other ones is probably from picking other delusions and such. Peak fiction. I completely forgot this CG happened. Suwa just out here chucking a shit ton of, like, crosses at Takumi. And then he gets Uno reversed. Disable guide. Oh, to hide that. So we're just looking at it. Okay. I see. I see. I see. Well, we did it, gamers. Wait, what do we got for sound library? These will probably give me copyright strike, but we'll take a quick listen. Oh, these are just the regular soundtrack memes. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. I do like the soundtrack for this game. Yeah, there we go. That's the good track. Silent Sky. We just got that ending. Gladiol. Fess. Oh, so she's gonna actually sing this though, right? Because it says Fess, character voice. Whoa. We should probably not listen to the full song though, because it probably is actually copyright. Yo, Ito Kanako. Those will definitely get us copyrighted though. Yep, that's the main one that YouTube gets mad at me about every now and then. There you go, there's that one. And the movies will just play the things that keep appearing at the beginning. Okay. And then the tips list. So, okay. Alright, well, we did it, gamers. We have reached the Silent Sky ending of Chaos Head Noah. We'll be back on the grind probably sometime next week. There's technically a possibility that I might be able to stream Friday or Saturday or Sunday at some point this weekend. I don't know for sure though, so I'm not going to put anything on the schedule. And if we do stream, I don't know if we'll necessarily play Chaos Head. Depends on how I feel. I don't fucking know. But next time we meet for Chaos Head Noah sometime next week, we'll definitely be doing some of the other endings. Don't know how long each of the character endings will be. Might be as long as tonight's, where it's like 3 to 4 hours. I don't fucking know. We'll see how they go. But until then, I'll talk to you guys later. Stay safe, gamers. Goodbye.